everyone. How are you guys? Good morning. Happy Friday. I don't know if that makes a difference in your life or if you also work weekends like me. But anyway, happy Friday. Good morning. How are you guys? Good morning, Heather. Good morning, Simon. Folks, if you are joining me anywhere other than TikTok, good morning, Conchita. Make sure that you speak in the chat because I won't be able to see you. If you are on Substack, Substack does not have it where their comments can be seen over here. So just letting you know, if you're speaking to me on Substack, I would love to speak to you, but I don't have the ability. Good morning, Sue. Good morning, Katrina. Good morning, Renee. Yep. Good morning, Andy. I am testing out. Good morning, VJ and David. I'm testing out some different start times to kind of see what feels right and what works best and that sort of thing. Good morning, Eric. So if you are wondering why, like, because I know it's normally 10 to 2, but I'm trying out the 9 o'clock hour just to see kind of what that looks like in terms of viewership and reach and information. Good morning, Nini. Good morning, Mel Gray. So we're kind of going to go with that and just see what happens, right? So yeah, we're just going to play around with it a little bit and see what works. Good morning, Hudson's grandma. What's up, Tinyaya? Hey, David. David Jenkins, the other David I already said hello to. What's up, Maria and Tech Lady and Grammy? Good morning to everybody. Glad to see you guys here this Friday morning. Good morning, Sean Brown. Good to see you over there on the tube of you. Glad to see you all. Like for real, for real. Ready to get it in and get talking, get popping. Can I go ahead and give you guys a little bit of a disclaimer for today? Good morning, Tamban. Blessed and grateful. Good to see you as well. What's up, Sunflower Fish? Let me just go ahead and give you a little bit of like a heads up. Today is going to be maybe a little heavy in some places. Good morning, Tina. Good morning, Lonnie. And maybe that will be a little bit uncomfortable, right? But that's okay. You know what I mean? That's okay. And because, I find that people rarely move when they're comfortable. Good morning, Winn-Dixie. Sometimes you have to be uncomfortable and see uncomfortable things in order to make the necessary change. Good morning, Bula. So that's what we're going to do today. We're going to talk about some things. Some of them will have a little bit of discomfort. Good morning, Witch. Hey, Nancy G. Nice to see you. And we're going to go from there. So how do you like that? Me like, hey, happy Friday. By the way, I'm going to give you a little bit of heavy shit today. So hope you're okay with that. But yeah, that's literally what it's going to be like today. So, what's up, Jay Nice? What you can see, hey, Amy, what you can see is my background says immigrants are human beings. Palestinians are human beings. Muslims are human beings. Corporations are not human beings. So that kind of gives you a little bit of an overview of what we're going to talk about today. It kind of gives you a little hint, and it's going to be all of those things are going to be kind of connected together. Good morning, Witch. We're going to be talking about immigration today. We are going to be talking about the U.S. and Iran and Israel. We are going to be talking about Bill Clinton testifying today, Hillary Clinton testifying yesterday, what she had to say about that. We're also going to be talking about the DOJ firing some folks. Nini, I don't know if I know it by that name or not. And then we're going to be talking about Hella Raja. We're also going to be talking about Anthropic, which is an AI corporation that works with the DOD. So I'm not sure if you are familiar with Anthropic. It is an AI corporation. They put out a statement that is extremely concerning and should be extremely concerning to absolutely everybody. So let me know if you are familiar with it. If you're talking about the law in Kansas, that's Nini. If you're talking about the law in Kansas, I expect it to be challenged in court and done away with. Like, seriously. Good morning, Christine. Good morning, Sharon. and it went really fast, so I couldn't say hi to everybody else. So yeah, we can talk about that in a minute. Hey, Stephen, I am good. How are you? What's up, Marilyn? Good to see you as well over there on the Book of Faces. So yeah, so those are the things that we're going to talk about today. If there is, let me go ahead and ask this question right off the bat. If you are new to me, especially over here on TikTok, and this is your first time in my live, do me a favor and drop a 1 in the comments. Can you do that for me? Drop a 1 in the comments, please, and pretty please. It helps me so I can level set for you. Yeah, well, Sunday, that's fine. Okay, got some new folks in here. All right, so let me just share with you how I run this space. Good morning, Nico. Welcome to all the new people. Glad that you found me. I only ask for 4 things in this space. You can see them at the very top up here. And the first one is that you are respectful. Even if you disagree with me or somebody that's on the panel, be respectful in the chat. And if you are on the panel, be respectful. Number 2, do not use slurs of any kind. If you use slurs in my chat, you will be muted and then booted from this space because I just don't get down like that. Number 3, don't spam my comments. Like if you've got something to say it once or twice, but don't repeat the same thing over and over and over again because it is not productive and it's bad for the algorithm. And then last but not least, do not type in all caps. And I know that sounds like a weird request, but the reason is, I appreciate that. The reason for that is because all caps are reserved for my moderators and for my folks that are vision impaired. So I'm just asking that you simply be respectful and considerate of others. That's it. As long as you can do those 4 things, I am happy to engage with you and to have conversation with you, even if we disagree, right? The one thing that I don't do in this space, if you are looking for someone to like argue with and try to have a gotcha moment and debate and the whole prove me wrong, this is probably not the space for you. And that's okay because there's lots of other spaces on social media and on TikTok where you can do that. Here we like to have fact-based conversations. I appreciate that. And so we like to have fact-based conversations even when we disagree, right? So that we can create understanding. So as long as you can do that, we're going to get along just fine. Siberio, shut up. Hilarious. Okay, so good morning, Tube. Glad to see you over there on the 2 of you. What's up, K-Log? Good to see you as well. So folks, there's a lot to talk about today. And I mentioned at the very beginning that some of it was going to be a little heavy. And I can't apologize for that because we can't look away. We have to be informed. We have to be equipped with facts and knowledge so that we can make the best choices possible for the country. Good morning, Jen Inspires. Oh, Jay, you know you're lying. If Sherry is in here, Sherry can tell you how much I very much tolerate people with different opinions, right? I just don't tolerate assholes who are disrespectful, right? So if you're that, then yeah, you might find yourself not welcome. Other than that, we'll be just fine. Jay said, not with people of other opinions. It's just so funny when people say that because you know it's not true. What's up, Cats Van Doom, Mama Dukes, CJ? Good morning, folks. Yeah, and it takes me a while, Carla. If we're being honest, I do sometimes match energy, but it takes a while for you to get me to match energy. You know what I mean? But I will. Good morning, Rebel. Okay, so listen, I'm going to kind of bring it down for just a second. And like I said, I don't apologize. It is necessary. So I want to know how many of you are familiar with a gentleman by the name of Nurul Amin Shah Alam. Does anybody know that name? Nurul Amin Shah Alam. Anybody know that name? No? Okay. Some of you say yes. Okay. So I want to talk about this individual who is a visually impaired, almost blind refugee from Myanmar who came here as an immigrant and who was in Erie County. And what's so crazy is, so we're going to talk about how we got to the end of this. We're going to talk about the end, but I want to talk about what happened before this. Okay. I want to talk about what happened before this. So this individual, good morning, Red Pen. So this individual came here from Myanmar. He is severely vision impaired. Okay. So almost blind. And he also did not speak English. Came here as a refugee seeking asylum and going through the legal process. Good morning, Jennifer. So I want to talk about what happened before he was in the custody of Customs and Border Patrol recently. I want to talk about what happened to him a year ago, because he was arrested by the local sheriff's office in Erie County, New York. And he was arrested for trespassing, possession of a weapon, quote unquote. Apparently he became detained by the sheriff after he was on a walk and got lost, right? And he stepped on some woman's property, and she called the police. Good morning, John G. She called the police on him because he stepped onto her property, this brown man. And they claimed that he was using a weapon, that he had a weapon. Turns out he was using a curtain rod as a walking stick. That was his weapon. It was a curtain rod that he was using as a walking stick. So when they arrested him, the police arrested him because they said that he did not follow their instructions to release the rod. Well, he doesn't speak English, so he couldn't follow the instructions to release the rod because he doesn't speak English. So they tasered him and beat him, according to reports. He has spent the last year in the county jail. Okay, so remember, he's blind. He doesn't speak English. He's using a curtain rod as a walking stick. He walks on some woman's property who, instead of seeing if he needs help, called the police. The police tell him, put down the curtain rod. He doesn't understand them because he's blind. And what do you mean, how did he get here? He and his family came here as refugees seeking asylum from Myanmar. So they then tased him and then beat him and then put him in jail, where he was in jail in the local county sheriff's jail for a year. And then he was able to post bail. Okay. So he was just released in February this year after being able to post bail. After he posted bail, even though he was here as a refugee, I don't know what language he spoke, but even though he was here as a refugee, no, his family got an attorney, and the attorney knew how to post bail. You just sound silly right now. They are here as refugees seeking asylum. Therefore, they have an immigration attorney. Just weird. You just sound weird. Yeah. So, yeah, doggy mom. Yeah. So, Calvin, don't spam the comments or you'll end up being muted. Okay. And if doggy mom, if you would like to discuss it with me, go ahead and request up, and I'm happy to have a conversation with you about this. Okay. We could do that. So anyway, even though he was here legally going through the refugee and asylum process, when he was released from the county jail, they took him to Border Patrol agents instead of home, right? So the Border Patrol agents then took him to an ICE detention center. And the ICE detention center said he was not eligible for deportation because he's going through the asylum process. So he could not stay at the ICE detention center. So rather than take him home or alert his family or their lawyer, okay, Border Patrol agents offered to give him a lift to Tim Hortons, like a little coffee shop that's several kilometers from his home, several miles from home, on February 19th. So they drop this man off who is blind, doesn't speak English, and no longer has his curtain rod that was his walking cane, right? His walking stick. And this is in Adeline. I am on Facebook, YouTube, Substack, and TikTok. And so remember that this is Buffalo, New York, where it is freezing cold. And they drop him off. And they find him unalived 5 days later. He's no longer with us. He is now deceased 5 days later. We would not treat animals like this. You get in trouble if you leave a dog outside in weather like that. But you're going to leave a human being. Yes, the blind refugee. Yep. They gave him a ride, dropped him off at a coffee shop several miles from home, and then left him there. They did not alert his families. They did not alert his attorney. And he is now deceased. He's 56 years old, father of two, and was here as a refugee going through the asylum process. It is really important for people to sit with that for a minute. And if you feel like you need to open your mouth in any way, shape, or form to to justify this behavior, yeah, you have an issue. You have an issue. Let me see. Hold on a second. I don't see her, Nini. So whatever you're seeing, I'm not seeing. So like I don't always see all the comments. So Charles, his deceased body is the proof. So you have to understand, Customs and Border Patrol has now told anybody that is inquiring to see the local sheriff's office. They are no longer speaking on this case. And so CPB has said we're not going to say anything about that. Well, I don't have to prove anything to you, Charles. Like, just continue to be like woefully, deliberately ignorant. Like, just go ahead and do that. I mean, I hope that makes your life okay. Yeah, it's absolutely wild that this is what has occurred. And it's one of the reasons why I have the backdrop up that you all see today. Immigrants are human beings. Palestinians are human beings. Muslims are human beings, right? So if you find yourself unable to have any sort of empathy or compassion for immigrants or Palestinians or Muslims, right, then you are a bigot. That's what that means. Just so that you get it. If you are unable to have empathy or compassion for people because they are immigrants or because they are Palestinians or because they are Muslims, you are a bigot. Okay? And that's just what it is. Okay. And so this is an individual that came here to this country as a refugee. If you come to the United States of America as a refugee, there are certain legal requirements that you must meet. This gentleman and his family met those requirements. So they were admitted into this country legally as refugees according to our immigration law. Okay? According to our immigration law. He did absolutely nothing wrong other than exist here. So the man came here legally, met the legal requirements to be a refugee, legally sought asylum, right? And all he did was get lost on a walk and have a curtain rod as a walking stick and be blind. That was it. So this is not a difficult thing. Cam, if you can see Becky, can you go ahead and take care of that for me? I'm not seeing all of the comments. Yeah. So, folks, and if you're saying, no, Nini, and if you are saying, where's the proof he came here legally? The fact that ICE and Customs and Border Patrol, neither one kept him in their custody, that's your clue number one. The second clue would be his actual asylum paperwork and his refugee status through their attorney, through his attorney. Joey, why? Are you interested? Because I'm not on the market. Why does everybody ask me like, why are you concerned about what I do with my vajayjay, sir? That's just weird. Do you do that when you go to up to people in like Walmart or the bar? Do you ask everyone who what gender they're attracted to? That's just nasty. That's really nasty. Joey, are you part of the required registry people? Is that are you required to be registered somewhere? Can you live close to schools and parks and things? Because usually people who ask questions like that have to be like, you know, I'm just wondering, do you have to turn your porch light off on Halloween and not answer the door? I'm just wondering. So weird. Good morning, Valerie. Good morning, Glory. Yeah, it just, you know, it's just really, really weird, right? Very strange. It's very strange to come into a room and just say, hey, do you like girls? It's just weird. Why are you all so obsessed with people's vajayjays and what they do with them? Stop it. It's nasty. It's nasty. Oh my gosh. Yeah, I'm just saying. Have you ever had an RO, Joey? Have you ever had an RO, Joey? Because I bet you, listen, do y'all remember that group that used to be on social media called Men Going Their Own Way? I wonder if, Joey, did you belong to Men Going Their Own Way? Oh my god. Oh, maybe he belongs to the that epidemic that they say is now going around, men are lonely, the loneliness men thing. Y'all know what an RO is. It's a restraining order. Y'all gonna make me choke. Holy jeez. Oh my God. Sorry. Y'all are hilarious. Okay. Well, Joey, you have the day you deserve, hun. Okay. Good morning. Yeah, it doesn't matter. Joey's blocked now. He's blocked. He's done. Okay. But I wanted to share this um this information. So, a spokesperson for U.S. Customs and Border Patrol has put out a statement on Wednesday evening um, after determining that he wasn't in their custody anymore. And their statement said, "quote Agents, quote unquote, offered him a courtesy ride, which he chose to accept to a coffee shop." Um, and they said that it was, quote, determined to be a warm, safe location near his last known address. Why not take him to his last known address? Why not contact his attorney? Why not contact his family? 5 days later, he was found unalived in the street shortly after 8:30 p.m. If you're going to drop this man off 3 miles from his home, why not just take him home? Right? So he was identified by the Erie County Medical Examiner, and then his family was subsequently notified. Um, the Legal Aid Bureau of Buffalo said in a statement on social media, it said, "A statement from the Legal Aid Bureau of Buffalo, Inc. We are saddened to learn that our client, Nurul Amin Shah Alam, was found deceased last night in the city of Buffalo. We have received several inquiries regarding more information on Mr. Alam. Due to our ethical obligations, we are unable to offer any comment at this time. We refer any inquiries to the appropriate law enforcement agencies for any further information." So yeah, so that's the deal. And yeah, so the family does have an attorney. Labori, they do have an attorney. The Buffalo mayor said that, so this is what the mayor of Buffalo said. He said that the treatment of Shah Alam was, quote, deeply disturbing and a dereliction of duty by the U.S. Customs and Border Protection. He went on to say, quote, a vulnerable man, nearly blind and unable to speak English, was left alone on a cold winter night with no known attempt to leave him in a safe, secure location. That decision from U.S. Customs and Border Protection was unprofessional and inhumane. He continued, adding that Buffalo is a city that welcomes refugees and believes that the government should, quote, protect human dignity, which I agree. What am I looking at? What am I looking at? Y'all, why y'all getting upset? Julie's not even real. Julie has 27 followers and she's following 653 people. Julie is not real. Y'all know how to ignore the bots? Why are y'all letting them people get you riled up? Like you don't know the foolishness they say. It's a bot. Good Lord. Y'all act like you don't know what bots are. It's just crazy. Y'all know this. Come on now. Whew. I'm just saying. Come on now. Y'all know better. Right, David. Friday foolishness. You forgot to check her profile. Okay, Nene, you in timeout this morning. I'm gonna need you to get it together because you done let Becky and whoever the last one. You just letting everybody get you all riled up today. Did you meditate this morning? Oh my gosh. Oh my gosh, y'all are hilarious. She said, okay, I'm in a corner. Right. um yeah, so I really, there are other, listen, it is Friday, but it just kind of is, it is what it is, right? No, I don't want you to co-host with me. No, I do not. So there are several people that have requested to come up, and I want to make sure that you meant to request. So I have Code November, I have Diane, I have Juanita Brown, and I have Almost Altruist. Um, that have requested. Did you all intend to request to come up to the panel, or was it an accident? Sometimes when people are tapping, they accidentally request to come up. Yes, I do know that they asked. I do know that they asked Hillary Clinton about UFOs. No worries, and about Pizzagate. I do know. And I'll just tell you all, I could play the recording of what Hillary said, but I'll just tell you what she said. She said it was a waste of time. They asked me the same stuff over and over again. It was repetitive and unproductive. She said, I told them exactly what I told them before. I don't have any recollection of ever meeting Jeffrey Epstein. I've never been on his plane, never flown to his houses or been to his island. And that's pretty much it. And that's what she said. She said, and she also said, I think this is a mistake not to do it publicly. And then she also said, what why aren't you bringing the person who's mentioned the most in the files before this committee, right? You are spending a ton of time bringing in people that you believe to be liberal or Democrats, but you're not bringing the one person whose name is mentioned in the files more than anybody else before this committee. And she's correct. They're not, right? And I hate to tell you something, but listen, Hillary Clinton is smarter than all of them. Hillary Clinton is smarter than her husband. She's definitely smarter than James Comer. She's smarter than Trump. She's smarter than Kash Patel. She's smarter than Pam Bondi. She is smarter than all of them. So I don't know why, like, that's not the hill you want to go messing with, right? She really is, right? You don't have to like everything about her, because I certainly don't like everything about her. But the reality is, she's incredibly smart. There's a reason she graduated at the top of her class. And had she not married Bill, Hillary would have been president a whole lot sooner than she was. Wasn't she? She was like on the cover of Time magazine when she was still in college. Her political trajectory was straight up. She lowered herself to elevate Bill. That's what she did in their class. So if you all know Rob, what's his name? Oh my gosh, I can't think of his last name, but he's a really well known Rob Reich, I want to say is his name. He Reiner, thank you, Mama Dukes. So Rob Reiner, Bill Clinton, Hillary, they were all in the same classes in Harvard together. And Bill was busy skipping class. She was Robert Reich. That's it, Nancy G. And Hillary was the one that was absolutely tearing it up. And yep, that's him, Robert Reich. And so I'm just telling you, had she not went down to Arkansas with Bill, right? She was it. She was it. Um Larry, I am cracking up that you said Harvard hasn't been a good school in 20 years, 50 years. That's so hilarious to me. Sure, yeah, Harvard's not a good school. You just sound silly. You do understand that you really just sound silly. You just really do sound silly. Did you apply and didn't get in? I'm just wondering, did you apply and didn't get in or what? Hmm. Let me guess. Trump University is where you really think people should go. I bet that's it. I bet Trump University is where you think everybody should go for like the best education in the world, right? Yeah, Larry, you know what's funny to me is I'm not talking about Trump. I think you have Dani derangement syndrome because you're in my live talking to me. I don't have Donald Trump's name anywhere on here and not talking about the man. I told you what Hillary Clinton said about the man. So it's that damn Dani derangement syndrome. It's got y'all all tied up in knots, don't it? Yeah, yeah. And so do you know what that means? It means the American people weren't smart enough to elect the more qualified candidate. That's what it means, Larry. That's what it means. Lilo. It's just crazy. Well, you can have that interpretation. He just said that he has the interpretation that Donald Trump is smarter than Hillary Clinton. Oh my God. That's just funny to me. Thank you for being entertaining. Like, I know you know better. I know you know better. I don't debate people, Larry. And if you think this is a debate, Larry, you are really sad. Anyway, okay. So so I wanted to make sure that everybody knew about that particular thing. What's up, perfection? Um, because it is another demonstration of the type of individuals that are serving in ICE and Customs and Border Patrol, and the way that they are not treating individuals with basic human rights and basic dignity, which should be the absolute bare minimum, right? Good morning, Em. Good to see you. So, along those same lines, I wanted to also share with you all that, right, Bab. So, um, last year, Ruben Ray Martinez, do you all know that name? So, March 15th, 2025, this is the immigrant that was unalived also by a federal immigration agent. And it wasn't publicly disclosed until the news leaked it, right? So the Cameron County District Attorney's Office has said in the statement that a grand jury declined to hand up indictments after being presented the case. They didn't provide any additional details. What they said, so DHS, the Department of Homeland Security, alleged that the 23-year-old, quote unquote, intentionally ran over an HSI special agent, causing another agent to fire, quote unquote, defensive shots to protect himself, his fellow agents, and the general public. He was 23, Shantae. And let me just say this, right? That's the same thing that they claimed regarding Renee Good, right? So I personally think that, yeah, you know what I mean? we have an issue, right? We have an issue with federal law enforcement agencies that are part of the immigration system unaliving American citizens. We have had 6 people unalived by federal officers in the last year. We have. And there are attorneys who said in a statement on Wednesday that because the grand jury proceedings are private, they don't know what witnesses' statements or what video evidence was presented to the jurors. So they are calling on the Texas Department of Public Safety to disclose the findings of its investigation so that the family can, quote, determine for themselves whether ISIS story is accurate and why he was unalived that night, end quote. So in my opinion, I think if nothing else, that the Texas Department of Public Safety would want to disclose their findings, because if in fact what I said is true, right, they should be eager to provide that evidence to the family, right? So an unwillingness to disclose that information, if I were the family, would make me extremely unsettled and skeptical of their comments, right? Brandon, be specific. Wait, is Brandon a real person? Let me just look. Maybe. Let's just try it and see. Brandon, I sent you an invitation if you'd like to join the panel. So we can be like specific. Brandon said, quote, what you said is not true. So I'm going to give Brandon an opportunity to share what he believes I said that is not true. Yeah, Carol, I will. Brandon, you coming? What's up, EJG? Probably not. Well, come on, Larry. You're very active in the comments. You got enough followers. Why don't you come up? Larry Jukebox, why don't you come up? You've been very, very active in the chat. I would love to give you an opportunity to have a conversation. Good morning, Tennessee girl. Right, Larry's just been chatting away. Again, Larry, come on now. No, he's not a bot. Larry is not a bot. Larry has over 4,000 followers. Larry can absolutely join this panel. See, this is the part that I find very interesting and pretty telling, to be frank. When you are, good morning, Beth, when you're someone who is just in the chat and you're just running your mouth all the time, and you're telling me I'm a liar, and you're telling me what I'm saying isn't true, and you're telling me all of these things. And then when I give you an opportunity to join the panel and have a conversation with me, right? You don't have to turn your camera on. You can just be up there and have a conversation, right? Then they don't come up. And to me, that's just very telling. It's just very, very telling. Good morning, Nance. Right, Melanie, the life of a keyboard warrior. Right. Then they can't talk. Good morning, Allie. Okay. All right. So moving on. Let me wait a minute. I need to get rid of things as I talk about them so that I don't go back over them. because I have quite a few things pulled up today to talk to you all about. I will say this. One of the things that do I have strangers in my home? I do, John B. Bring strangers into my home sometimes. I do. Matter of fact, I brought two homeless guys to live with me one time for about 6 months and helped one of them go through 5 different surgeries. Sure did. Yep, that's a thing, John. Yeah. I would last very long without a man on an island because I'm a veteran. So, like, I served in the military. I'll do just fine without a dude on an island. What is wrong with these people? Go to an island. See how long you last without a man. Let a man go to an island and see how long he exists without a woman. Like, y'all are just weird. Y'all are just very weird. It's very strange. Y'all come in here and ask me about my sexual orientation. You ask me about what I do with my vajayjay. You ask me if I got a man. Like, I'm not on the market. I'm too busy working. Stop asking people about their body and what they do with it. That's just really weird. It's strange. I can promise you, I don't care what you do with your baby carrots at all. I don't want to know anything about your baby carrots. I don't want to know if they work. I don't want to know what you do with them. I don't want to know. Keep the baby carrots to yourself. I don't want to know. It's just weird. Baby carrot energy all damn day. Because you do know that real men don't ask those questions. Like, what I would consider to be real men, they don't ask those questions. They really don't. They don't. Yeah, it's just weird, right? So, anyway, so on the subject of immigration, I want to share some information that I hope will be informative for folks who don't know, right? Hey, good morning, Sherry. Good to see you. Um, so, what's up, Receive Grace? Yeah, no, they really don't. Hold on, let me just see. So we'll just see. Good morning, Sherry. All right, so listen, folks. How many of you all were not in my live 2 days ago when I actually pulled up the Department of Homeland Security's information regarding immigration statistics, and when I pulled up Customs and Border Patrol actual stats for the southern border from 2017 all the way through 2024? How many of you guys were not in my live 2 days ago when I went over all of that information? If you weren't, just put a 1 in the comments for me. It's easier for me to see the ones. Cool. Okay, quite a few of you guys weren't. All right. So the reason I want to go over this information, and a lot of my folks that maybe you followed me for a while, you're going to know some of this information. I know I shared some new information 2 days ago that some of you guys didn't know either. And so I'm going to take a minute and I'm going to go over some of those things again because I think it's really important. Okay. And the reason why it's important is as we approach the midterms, number one, it's good information to have regardless, right? What's up, dad jokes? But it's really important as we are approaching the midterms and we're going to be having all of these conversations about immigration and about what happened and didn't happen under the Biden administration, right? So many people have been told that we just had millions upon millions of people flood into the country during the Biden administration, which just isn't true, right? What they will do is they will say, I told you, Mindy B. I told you. But what a lot of people don't understand is about the language, and it's really important. So, do I have anybody that is in my TikTok comments or who have requested who are of the opinion that I saw some of you all say in the chat? Some of you all said things like they should just come here legally, or they could go back home to their own country. Are any of you guys willing to come up here and join the panel and walk through the immigration information with me? I would love to do that with you. Any of you? More than happy. Like, respectfully, like, seriously, walk through the information with you, because I'm going to do it. But see, Amanda, it's not a moot point. And the reason why it's not is because they're going to bring it up towards they're going to bring it up and they're going to run on immigration for the midterms. This is why they don't have, there's nothing else to run on. There is absolutely, what's up, politics guy? There's nothing else to run on. They're going to run on immigration. They're going to continue the Southern strategy. They are going to continue with the dog whistle politics. They're going to continue talking about left-wing, radical, whatever, and immigration. That's what they're going to do. What's up, man in the mirror? And so it's really important for us to talk about that, right? Ryan, actually, people are contesting that. Literally, somebody was just in my chat and called these people subhuman. So there are people contesting whether or not immigrants, Palestinians, and Muslims are human beings. So yeah, there are people contesting that. 100%. Okay. So, and if people didn't think that way, if people didn't believe that immigrants and Palestinians and Muslims were quote unquote less than human, we would not have sat back and watched a G-side for the last 2 years in hi-fi 4K, right? We wouldn't have done that for the last 2 years, right? If people didn't believe that, they would not be fine with all of these people being literally snatched out of their cars, being kidnapped, and running and being taken and put into detention centers where there's worms and mold in their food, right? People would not be okay with those things, right? So apparently people do believe that they're not the same level of human as they are. Period. Okay? So there has to be that thought process, that subconscious belief in there somewhere, or people would not tolerate the things that they are tolerating, especially in this country. So I asked this question the other day, and I'm going to ask it again. Do you know, and my regular folks, I know you do, right? But everybody else, maybe if you're not with me, if you haven't been with me for a long time, do you know do you know how to define an unauthorized immigrant? And can you tell me the difference between an unauthorized immigrant and an illegal immigrant? What is the difference between an unauthorized immigrant and an illegal immigrant? Or do you believe that they are the same thing? If an immigrant is unauthorized, do you believe that they are here illegally? Ruru, you think they're the same things? Scotty, you believe it's the same thing? You say it's not the same thing, Ruru? Okay. So they are not the same thing. And I know my regular people with me know that they are not the same thing. But for other people, so Evelyn, what's your distinction between undocumented and illegal? Or undocumented and unauthorized? So user 218, I would love for you to come tell me what is the right way. You have enough followers to join the panel. User 218, I invited you to the panel. So, Scotty, that's not correct either. So, folks, if you don't know, our immigration system is ridiculously complex, and it's not that simple. And what I find is most of the people who say things like just come the right way, you can't tell me what the right way is. And the reality is the right way differs depending upon your status. All right. So listen, an unauthorized immigrant, it can actually be here legally. All right. An unauthorized immigrant is defined by the Department of Homeland Security as anyone that does not have legal permanent status. Anybody. So you could be DACA, you could be someone here as a refugee, you could be someone here with under temporary protected status, you could be someone going through the asylum process, you can be here legally, and if you have not been given legal permanent resident status, you are considered an unauthorized immigrant. That's defined by the Department of Homeland Security, not Dani Cook. Okay? So that's really important for people to know. Scotty, if you're not going to join my panel, you're going to end up getting muted simply because you're being distracting and not listening. That's it. Okay? So this is the thing that people really need to understand, that unauthorized immigrants is anybody that does not have a legal permanent resident status, period. Okay. Now, what a lot of people refer to as people just sneaking in, let me just tell you something. You can sneak into this country. Yeah, they're an unauthorized immigrant, Haley. Anybody that enters this country through a visa and then overstays that visa, they are an unauthorized immigrant, which overstaying visas is actually the fastest growing segment of unauthorized immigrants in the country. Okay? That's actually overstaying visas is the fastest growing number of unauthorized immigrants in the country. Now, if you say, oh, well, somebody snuck into the country, they are a quote unquote got away. Listen, if they snuck into the country, undocumented isn't actually an official term. A lot of times people use undocumented and unauthorized interchangeably. Good morning, Hell on Wheels. But when it's defined by the Department of Homeland Security, it's only two definitions: legal permanent resident or unauthorized immigrant. Okay. Next. Yeah. So, yeah, they just use them interchangeably. Like when you read the Department of Homeland Security's reports, it's only unauthorized or legal permanent resident. Now, what's also interesting is people believe that you have to come into this country at a port of entry legally, and that is not true. That is not true. So 8 USC 1158 is our asylum law. And what that asylum law says is that once you step foot on this soil, you have up to 12 months to seek to apply for asylum. So you could come into this country, you could come in between a port of entry. You could come in between a port of entry and be here for 8 months illegally and then apply for asylum, and it is still legal according to our law. Okay, so that's 8 USC 1158. Good morning, Warner. Okay, so again, understanding and knowing immigration law, it is not cut and dry. It's incredibly complex. Okay, it's incredibly complex. All right, so when we talk about, for example, there was a family down in Dilley, Texas, Dilley's detention center. They were here, they are Venezuelans. They were here under temporary protected status. So that means they were here legally. They would be considered unauthorized immigrants, but here illegally. And then when Donald Trump removed that temporary protected status simply because he wanted to, then that family then applied for asylum. Okay? So still doing it legally. When one legal mechanism was removed, they immediately applied for asylum. And even though they have a legal pending asylum case, they were still taken into custody and put into a detention center miles away from home, from New York down to Dilley, Texas. No, he removed it last year when he came in, when he came in into office in 2025. Okay, so I want to also talk about when people look at the numbers and you look at, and I'm going to pull it up and show you. So when you look at the numbers and you see the numbers on Customs and Border Patrol that show encounters at the southern border, how many of you all, I know my regular folks do, right? But how many of you all know and fully kind of understand that those numbers are not people being admitted into the country? I'm going to say this again. They are not people being admitted into the country. They are actually encounters. And so what does that mean? An encounter means we actually encountered you at the border. We encountered you there, which means you didn't just get in. How about that? So when you look and you see 2.9 million encounters in 2022 under Joe Biden, that means those people didn't just sneak into the country. That means we actually encountered those people and they just didn't make their way in. How about that? Okay. So when you see numbers, it's important to know the meaning of the numbers and what you're looking at. All right. Everybody's with me so far. I see the folks with dissenting information or snide comments have either gotten quiet or left. And I hope that you've just gotten quiet. I hope that you're still here and that you will actually find some information that is helpful and increases your understanding and awareness of our actual immigration system. Okay. Now I want to share with you how the Trump administration what I'm saying, academia, what I'm sharing is that encounters means that we encountered them. In other words, they didn't just get into the country. So yes, it includes initial apprehensions. It means we encountered them. Whether we apprehended them, whether they were turned away, whether they were given a court date, it means we encountered them. In other words, they didn't just sneak into the country. That's the point. The point is that encounters is not the same thing as gotaways. That's the distinction that I'm making. Catherine, I would love for you to share with me what I'm saying that isn't true. Because you said some of what you say is true, but you need to open your eyes to what's also going on. Share with me, A, what I've said that isn't true, and then B, what it is that my eyes aren't seeing. I sent you an invitation to join the panel, Catherine. Good morning, Zoe. It's so weird. Like, if you are willing to be in the chat, just loud and wrong AF, please be able to join the damn panel. Good morning, Charles. Please be able to do that because it's frustrating. Like, it's very frustrating for me to have people say random things in the chat and then not be able to actually have a conversation about it. Like, if you really think that something that I said isn't true, then by all means, join the panel and verbally tell it to me. Like, share it with me. And then I will absolutely turn my camera around and show you the legal documents from the Department of Homeland Security. That's what I'll do. Okay. So apparently, Catherine ain't bringing herself this way. Got it. Okay. So, the next point that I want to highlight, okay, because this part's very important, is there's a difference, and I know my regular people know this, but there is a significant difference between our regular immigration law, Title 8, right? And the public health safety mechanism, Title 42, that was utilized by the Trump administration during their first term. Okay. So, how many of you all aren't familiar with Title 42? Put a 1 in the chat if you are not familiar with Title 42. Haley, Dani, Vonda, Jay. Okay, quite a few of you. Okay, so Title 42 is a public health policy. And what it allows the president of the United States to do is, if there is a global pandemic or something like that, like when we had with C-19. What's up, Don Juan? So when we had C-19 and we needed to be able to kind of close the border to some degree, he used Title 42. Title 42, the authority for that comes under the Public Health Authority. It doesn't come from immigration authority or immigration law. It comes from public health, okay? So that is why you saw a tremendous slowdown in the encounters at the border, and why people weren't given court cases and all of that is because we had Title 42, okay? Now, so I want to share something with you. Give me a moment. So there is a difference between Title 42 and public health and Title 8 in terms of what happens at the border. So under Title 8, which is our normal immigration law, this part's really important, guys. So if you're not familiar with it, please pay attention, okay? Under Title 8, if someone comes to the country and they don't meet the criteria, right? Then they try to come into the country illegally. Under Title 8, the very first time, it's a misdemeanor. Okay? So they're given a court date, right? And they remain on the other side of the border, and it's a misdemeanor. If they try it again, then it is a felony, and they can actually be barred permanently from entering the country. So under our immigration law, If you try it twice illegally and you are caught both times, then it's now a felony and you can either be imprisoned or you can be entering the country. Okay. So Rick, I'm going to give you no time at all because you're spamming my comments. So see you later, Rick. So because of that, because there is a penalty, because there is they have a court date, Sherry, but they don't stay here for the court date. Okay. So listen to this. Because there is a penalty for trying, right? Again, the recidivism rate. So does everybody know what the word recidivism means? You hear it a lot when we talk about people being in prison. Give me 1 second, Sherry. Sorry, guys. Give me a second. It's the return rate or the recurrence rate, the repeat rate. Okay. And so give me 1 second. So they do have what they get. So I'm going to pause because I want to answer Sherry's question too. But Sherry, don't let me forget to answer your question about the notice to appear that they get as a 1325. Okay. So hold on, guys. Hold on. So listen, recidivism just means doing it again. So with our prison systems, we look at it like if once people go to prison, how often do they come back, right? What's the recidivism rate for a prison system? So a recidivism rate under Title 8 is only 7%. So under our regular immigration law, people who are caught the first time trying to enter the country improperly, right? And they get a misdemeanor, only 7% of those people try it again illegally. 7% is the recidivism rate under our regular immigration law. Okay. Under Title 42, which is a public health initiative, there is no penalty for trying to enter the country illegally. Not the first time and not the second time. You are not given a notice to appear. You are simply sent back on the other side of the border. That's under Title 42. So during C-19, Donald Trump implemented Title 42. Okay. So under Title 42, there's no penalty. There is no penalty. If you try it once, twice, 3 times, 10 times, there's no penalty. So guess what? The recidivism rate under Title 42 was 27%. And every time someone tries, that's a new encounter. So if you see 3 million encounters, 27% of those are repeat offenders. And they're a repeat offender at least once. They could be a repeat offender 2 or 3 or 4 times. We don't know. How much of that is new information for you guys? That's new information for you? All of that, Vonda? Okay, Sherry, what are you confused about? It's new for everybody. Okay, so Sherry, what are you confused about? And if you want to join the panel, Sherry, you can. I don't know if you're at work though, and whether you can. No, Vonda. So yeah, it did, but Zoe, they didn't let him just end it. So let me just tell you guys. So okay, Sherry. Okay, so listen. Title 42 is a public health policy that Donald Trump implemented during C-19 to keep people from entering the country because we had a global pandemic. Got it? So it's not an immigration law, it's a public health policy. Okay? Give me a second, y'all, and I'm going to tell you some dates just to help. So, and he implemented Title 42 in March of 2020. Okay? And it was invoked actually by the CDC. So it was the Trump administration, the CDC, that invoked Title 42. And it allowed border officials to immediately expel immigrants and even asylum seekers. And that's what allowed them to not need due process at the time. Okay. Now, here's what's important for you guys to understand. So that was in March of 2020 under the Trump administration. So remember that under Title 42, there's no penalty for being a repeat offender trying to come into the country, right? There's no penalty at all. There's no repercussions, no matter how many times you try to come. So I want to share this with you all. In April of 2020, the Biden administration moved to lift. No, the Constitution doesn't override that because it is an exceptional condition, Jules. No, it's an exceptional condition. Yeah, it's an exceptional condition. So on April 1st, 2022, the CDC under the Biden administration, he did it. Wait, March of 2020 is when the Trump CDC implemented Title 42. April of 2022 is when the CDC under the Biden administration announced that they were going to end Title 42. Okay? So the Biden administration says, listen, we've gotten this thing under control. Life is kind of getting back to normal. We're going to lift this Title 42 and we're going to go back to our regular Title 8 immigration law that has some teeth and that has a very low recidivism rate. Do you want to know who tried to block the Biden administration from lifting Title 42 and going back to normal? Republicans. It was Republicans. It was Republican. That's who it was. And so they actually took the Biden administration to court. They took the Biden administration to court to block the termination, and a federal judge in Louisiana issued an injunction that kept them from ending Title 42 because they wanted Joe Biden to have the worst immigration numbers possible. And that stayed in court for a freaking year. It took until May of 2023 to get Title 42 lifted. But they want you to believe Joe Biden just had open borders. Good morning, Tommy. No, he didn't. He actually wanted to go back to using Title 8. And they blocked them. That's actually fact. When Donald Trump took office during his first administration in 2017, there were 542,000 immigration cases that were backlogged. Donald Trump then changed the performance plan for immigration judges, made it damn near impossible to perform satisfactorily, right? We immediately lost 42 immigration judges. And by the time Donald Trump left office in January of 2021, we had a backlog of 1.3 million immigration cases. Good afternoon, Jamel. It's morning for me. I don't know where you are. So when Joe Biden took office in January of 2021, I want to give you just a couple of things that he was coming into. So when he came into this country and when he came into office, January of 2021, we had a global pandemic. We had a prior administration that had politicized medicine and science. We had hundreds of thousands of Americans that were sick in the hospital and who had unalived. Okay. We had our troops in Afghanistan reduced down to less than 2,500. We had given the Taliban back 5,000 of their troops. So we'd given them back double the number of troops that we had, right? Meanwhile, they were accelerating and maintaining their attacks on the Afghanis and other people in the region. Okay. And we had just had a poorly organized attempted coup on the country. The Capitol had come under attack by its own citizens for the first time in history. And that's what he walked into. Just some of what he walked into. And that's before we even talk about the damage that had been done to relationships with our allies. That's what he walked into. You know, so the fact that on top of all of that, he was still able to get so many things done in Congress, it's incredible. To get the PACT Act done for veterans, to get the Infrastructure Act done, to get the Inflation Reduction Act done, to get the Chips and Science Act done. Joe Biden will be looked at as one of the most productive, successful presidents in the history of this country. Because despite Donald Trump tanking our oil and gas industry in 2018 and then the OPEC deal in 2020, right? He still was able to bring down inflation to 2.5% by the time it's time for re-election. It was astounding what he was able to accomplish. And I'm saying that even though he wasn't my first choice. But those are just the facts, and the numbers back it up. Like, Ray, if you think I'm delusional, bring yourself to the panel and let's discuss it. Because I'm pretty sure you probably won't. I bet you'll just stay in the damn chat and run your mouth until somebody moots you or boots you. I would hazard a guess, Ray, that you don't want to join yourself up to this panel and actually look at the documents from the government, right? You don't want me to pull up Title 42 for you. You don't want me to pull up Title 8. You don't want me to pull up any of those stats, do you? The court case where the Republican states blocked Joe Biden from going back to Title 8. You don't want to do that, do you? No, of course not. You just want to sit in the comments with baby carrot energy and run your mouth. Folks, this is the part that, does this happen on both sides? What do you mean specifically? I don't debate, Ray. Chris, I don't know if you saw, but I sent you a message yesterday. I don't debate, Ray. I have conversations and I tell people facts, and then I show people the actual evidence to back up the facts. I don't debate and I don't agree to disagree, because I don't agree to disagree on facts. Facts are facts, period. Yeah. When people say things like that, I'm just funny. No, we don't agree to disagree. You can agree to be willfully and woefully ignorant, but yeah. I don't do that. Yeah. So it is really important when we talk about on Discord, Chris, it's really important that we know just a few facts that you can use when you talk to people. So, do you know how simple it can be? And saying that under Trump, the CDC used Title 42 to immediately turn around folks at the border. And because it was a public health policy, there was no legal penalty, because it was a public health policy, not a law, right? Because there was no legal penalty, people could repeat offend as much as they wanted to. And because Title 42 was actually in use for 3 years, it allowed the numbers under the Biden administration to go through the roof, because there was almost a 30% recidivism rate. 30% of the people tried it multiple times. And I bet you it changes things. If you take Joe Biden's numbers and divide them by 3, what do you get? You get regular immigration numbers. That's what you get, folks. You get regular immigration numbers. All of a sudden, that 3 million comes down to 1 million, which is what Trump had in 2019. How about that? Do you see what I'm saying? This is how you immediately, and listen, let me be clear. Not everybody is going to get it, but some people will. Some people will go, well, shit, that makes perfect sense. No, this isn't a systemic problem. This is an exploitation of loopholes, Jen. No, so listen, under both Trump terms, what the Heritage Foundation was able to do was they finally found somebody that was willing to exploit the loopholes and didn't care. Most people that we've had in office before understood that yes, there are loopholes in our system because there's always going to be, right? But those people always knew that there was a place that we just didn't go, right? Do I believe that Donald Trump did anything right? I think he did right with his Mission Act. Yeah. His Mission Act was something that he did that was good, Jamel. He needs to know that he did the Mission Act though and not the Choice Act. He keeps saying he did the Choice Act, but he didn't. The Choice Act was Obama, and then he did the Mission Act. And that was a good thing for veterans. The PACT Act that Joe Biden did was better than both of those for veterans. Yeah, and he did. He did get the C-19 vaccine out quickly. He did do that quickly. Although if he had not politicized C-19, fewer people would have been hospitalized and unalived, right? So, like, those two things, in my opinion, kind of offset each other. See, the difference between you and me, Jamel, is I'm not talking about things, I'm not looking at it as Donald Trump or just Joe Biden. I'm literally talking about policy, and I'm talking about like the law and how an administration actually implements things. It's not about whether or not I think he did anything right or not. There's things that I don't like that Obama did. For me, this isn't a partisan thing. It's about who does right by the American people. And what I know for certain is that Donald Trump does not do what's best for the majority of Americans. And that matters to me. That matters. What would that look like then? What do you mean? Under Trump or under whom? So I mean I can give you some examples. So like what would it have looked like to do right by the American people in 2025? So what it would have looked like, so what it would have looked like, well, he could have started before he even got in office, right? So if he really wanted to do something about immigration, then it would have started in the summer of 2024. And the first thing that he would not have done was told the GOP Senate not to pass Senator Langford's immigration bill, right? So if Donald Trump really was interested in doing something that would have been better for the country at the time, it would have been allowing the GOP members of Congress to pass the Langford bill that they had originally said they were going to pass, which is an extremely conservative immigration bill. And we would have been in a much better position. So that would have been the first thing, right? Is to not tell those folks not to pass the Langford Act, right? The second thing would have been to not fire 100 immigration judges when he came into office in 2025, and then appoint right-leaning judges from the JAG and from Federalist Society people, right? That would have been another thing, right? Another thing that he could do was, well, last year, for example, he could have made Israel give us back Mohammed Ibrahim, our 15-year-old US citizen that was in an Israeli prison from February of 2025 until Thanksgiving Day 2025, right? So he could have done that. He could have not put forth the one big barbaric bill that strips millions of people off of Medicaid over the next 8 years, right? And takes away some or all of people's SNAP benefits. He could have not gone to the Supreme Court to try not to feed Americans on SNAP benefits, right? No, it wasn't, Chief. That's not true. The Lankford bill was a standalone bill. You're incorrect. The bill before that included funding not just for Ukraine, but included funding for Israel. That was the very first immigration bill. The last immigration bill was a standalone immigration bill from Senator Lankford of Oklahoma. I can literally play the clip for you of him standing and talking to Fox News saying that the president told them not to pass it. That's a fact. Look it up. That's a fact. What's up, Tommy D? See you later, Melanie. Have a great day. Well, hell, Chris. Maybe I sent it to the wrong Chris. I will send it again. Why don't send me a message on Discord so that I can message you back? Well, hell, I sent it to the wrong Chris then. I know they're looking at me like, who the fuck are you? Anyway, but those are just some of the things that Donald Trump could do, right? He could he could not go to war with Iran because Israel wants us to. DM, you obviously don't know what Medicaid is. Yeah, you apparently don't understand. That's probably because you're a bot. Girl, I blocked and you muted Cam at the same time. Yeah. Folks, if you all don't understand this, the reason that we are even entertaining going so, and I just want to tell you all something. I'll tell you what, well, no, my opinion, when my opinion is based on fact, it is absolute. When my opinion is actually the fact, then it is absolute. And let me just tell you, for those of you guys who don't get it, I'm just going to help you understand something. Do you want to know? Donald Trump himself said that we don't have to worry about Iran anymore. Do y'all know that? Let me find my little document that I had pulled up for y'all today. Woo! There's a lot. Damn, where'd it go? There it is. So, I'm going to go ahead and I'm going to read to you something that was written, this letter at the beginning of this document from Donald Trump. And he wrote it in November of 2025. You ready? I'm going to tell you what he said. And I want you guys to do me a favor and try really hard not to vomit in your mouth, okay? Because I'm reading something he wrote. But here it goes. My fellow Americans, over the past 9 months, we have brought our nation and the world back from the brink of catastrophe and disaster. After 4 years of weakness, extremism, and deadly failures, my administration has moved with urgency and historic speed to restore American strength at home and abroad and bring peace and stability to our world. No administration in history has achieved so dramatic a turnaround in so short a time. Starting on my first day in office, we restored the sovereign borders of the United States and deployed the U.S. military to stop the invasion of our country. We got radical gender ideology and woke lunacy out of our armed forces and began strengthening our million with $1 trillion of investment. We rebuilt our alliances and got our allies to contribute more to our common defense. Yeah, bro, no. We released American energy production to reclaim our independence and imposed historic tariffs to bring critical industries back home that the Supreme Court said was illegal. And now listen, I want y'all to, this next paragraph is the reason I'm reading it to you right now. Listen, in Operation Midnight Hammer, we obliterated Iran's nuclear enrichment capacity. Wait, he just said in Operation Midnight Hammer, we obliterated Iran's nuclear enrichment capacity. So that would mean that there's no threat from Iran. That's what he said. He said he obliterated their nuclear enrichment capacity. So that means there's no reason to go to war with Iran. That's what it means, right? He said America is strong and respected again. And because of that, we're making peace all over the world. No, I'm just telling y'all. He said, in everything we do, we are putting America first. That's not accurate. In everything that we do, I won't say in everything, in much of what we do concerning foreign policy, we put Israel first. Let me just say that. For much of what we do concerning foreign policy, we put Israel first. Yeah. Yeah, and Evelyn, it's not going to happen. It's not going to happen. We're going to have the midterms. Like, this is the part that everybody listen, and let me tell you something. This is going to be, the Republican Party is already fractured. The Republican Party is already fractured. They are fractured right now over Israel. That is why Bibi Netanyahu said 100%, we have got to get Ellison to buy TikTok, and we've got to talk to Elon, because we need Christians in the US to continue to support Israel. That's what Bibi said, right? Yeah, for the most part, Jamel. Yeah. When it comes to foreign policy, 100%. Yeah. Like, this isn't difficult, folks. Did you say Israel is another Democratic hoax? Y'all are damn funny. You're so funny to me. Native Overland, can you tell me how much money APAC spent on congressional races in 2024? Can you tell me? Somebody who's not a regular follower, tell me. Jamel, can you tell me? Can you tell me how much money APAC spent on congressional elections in 2024? They spent 50, 53, 57, $57 million in 2024 on Congress. Yeah, I know, Amy, I saw it. They sure did. They raise more money for the Black Caucus than any other PAC. They raise more money for the Hispanic Caucus than any other PAC. They brought 250 of your state legislators to Israel in September of last year for a 50 states, one Israel conference. Good morning, Sarah. No, 57 million. No, so native, you're so full of shit right now. Saying Israel is not blaming Jews. Jewish people live all over the world. Israel is not the only place where Jewish people live. Jewish people even live in Palestine, by the way. Yeah. It's funny as fuck when y'all try that. It's really funny when y'all try that. Yeah. I'm going to be really, really clear, folks. The state of Israel has nothing to do, and my criticism of the state of Israel has nothing to do with Jewish people. Nope, don't care. Nope. So, just so everyone is clear about that, this is not a religious argument. This is not a religious argument. This is about I don't support states that commit genocide, which is why I have a bone to pick with the American government since we're funding it. It's wild to me when people want to talk about what other countries do, but they don't want everyone to talk about the war crimes that the United States of America commits all the fucking time. Just saying. If the American people want to start holding countries accountable for the things that they do and how they treat citizens, they could start with Congress and this current administration. No, Larry, that's not true. Children aren't in the womb. Children live outside of the womb. Yes, Sherry, they are. Native, I don't know who you guys is. And by the way, I'm not going to continue that conversation. I'm just not. I'm not doing bots and trolls, people. Yeah. So, just to be clear, Jamel, what are you talking about? Of course I do. I think APAC should be registered as a foreign lobby, and they're not, but they should be. They should be registered as a foreign lobby, but they're not. What's up, Sandy? Good morning. Just so that people understand that. And this is why I said, and I will repeat myself, that if we strike Iran, it is going to further fracture the Republican Party because they are already torn right now over the Israel first versus America first actions of this country. Tucker Carlson and Candace Owens and Matt Gaetz and Marjorie Taylor Greene, even Charlie Kirk, before he left this earth, was talking about how this country was not America first, that it was in fact Israel first, and that was a problem, right? And so that's an issue. So that is the fracture that already exists. That is the fracture that already exists within the Republican Party. And if we strike Iran on top of it, that is going to further fracture the Republican Party. 100%. Yep, they sure do wear pins that say 50 states, one Israel. A kingdom of idiots, I love your name. It appears to be appropriate. Nance, I have no idea. Just saying. Seems to be appropriate. All right. So I hope that, oh, Sherry, you ask. So whenever someone just saying, the one and only, whenever someone comes in under 8 USC 1325 and it is improper entry, they get upon apprehension, they get a form I-862, which is a notice to appear. That gives them an A number, which is an alien registration number, and it lists the time and the date and the place of their first hearing. Okay, that is filed with the immigration court to initiate removal proceedings. That's what happens. And so they have the master calendar hearing, and the judge explains the rights and the status of the case, and and that's what happens. Yep, 100%. So, yeah, folks. Larry Moody just said, all lawyers are foreign agents. What the fuck? I am cracking up. I'm cracking up. Right now, there are 3.5 million cases that are backlogged. Good morning, Wasim. There are 3.5 million cases, immigration cases, backlogged in the system. Drink tea. It better have honey. It better have honey, Wasim. Okay, so we've now covered immigration very extensively. We've covered Israel and Iran and the U.S. also in the midst of that conversation, right? Very much. We talked about Hillary testifying before the House Oversight Committee. Now Bill is testifying today. I expect him to say pretty much similar things to Hillary. He will say that after, and I haven't looked, but Hillary said that she is very sure none of those images and the flight logs are after the 2008 deal with Jeffrey. And if that's the case, right? If that's the case, and Bill says, listen, I was like everybody else, right? That was around him. I didn't know about these things. And once I knew about those things, I no longer had anything to do with them. Then that's going to be that, because I don't know that they have anything after 2008, after 2009, that shows that. That's not the way that, but Jamel, that's not what immigration law says. That's not what immigration law says. And here's my thing. If you all want people to stop trying to get into the country illegally, then stop our government from fucking up other people's countries. The reason Venezuelans come here, the reason that Cubans have come here, the reason Haitians have come here is because we continue to fuck up their countries. If you don't want people trying to get here by whatever means necessary, then we should stop tearing up their countries. We should stop tearing up their infrastructure. We should stop tearing down their economies. we should stop interjecting ourselves into their business. That's what we should do. Like, real talk. It's not difficult to understand. The United States of America goes everywhere else in the world, in the global south, and destabilizes brown countries every time they turn around. Every time they turn around, we are in their business, doing whatever's necessary to steal their resources. And the reality is, it is a misdemeanor, folks. So if you run a stoplight, should we revoke your citizenship? If you run a stop sign, if you run a stoplight, should we revoke your citizenship and kick you out? Stan, please come tell me what do it legally means. I sent you an invitation to come on the panel. Stan, come tell me what do it legally means. Come on, Stan. And by the way, the majority of the people that are sitting in detention centers right now are doing it legally. The majority of the people that are in detention centers right now are doing it legally. Can one of my mods or one of my folks, can you grab the link that I am putting in the chat on YouTube? Can you grab it and put that link over on Facebook? Jamel would like to join the panel. If somebody could just go grab the link that I posted on YouTube, throw it into the chat over on Facebook. Jamel would like to join the panel. Just saying. Yeah, Nancy Mace is an idiot. I can't deal with her. Morning, young boomer. Yeah, well, that has to be the legislation that's put forward. So, in order to, what the Democratic Party is going to have to do, when they have a majority in Congress, both the House and the Senate, is they will need to put forth legislation that does a couple of different things. They need to write legislation that will pretty much codify a reversal to Citizens United, right? So reversing Citizens United will automatically remove that corporate money, that dark money that's all in our politics. Like, so that would be number one. Number two. Yeah, I know. Number two, they will also need to do legislation that, in my opinion, needs to yeah, and so listen, you need to understand, y'all, the qualifications for the president are in the Constitution, and anything that changes that will have to be passed and then ratified by 37 states, right? My understanding is they don't have it yet, Queen of New York. They don't have it yet. Let me see real quick. Let's see. There you go, Jamel. I just gave you the link to join the panel. Because it's got the Pally flag, beach bum. That's when I'm going to open the panel. See, I've got the Pally flag, and it's 1 p.m. Eastern Standard Time so that they know. Hey, Tweety. Okay, hey, Breeze. It's supposed to be Carol, but who the fuck knows under this administration? Jamel, where'd you go? I gave you the link to join the panel like you said you wanted to do. We do have a couple of other things to get to today as well. Yeah, so there's a bill right now before Congress for that, Sharon. So, yeah, I think once there's a Democratic majority in the House and Congress passing the no trading bill for members of Congress, yeah, that's a bot, Sin. Why y'all talking to the damn bots? I already blocked it. I blocked it already. Y'all cracking me up talking to these damn bots. Stop it. Yeah, there's a lot, right? Yeah, a lot. See, Jamel just went quiet, y'all. I put the link over there for Jamel to join the panel, and now Jamel's not saying nothing. Where you at, Jamel? Come on now. Don't waste my time. Good Lord. It's in the chat, Jamel. It's literally in the chat. It says link to join the panel. Hillary's yesterday, yes. Yeah, I already talked about what Hillary said. No, he's on Facebook, you guys. Papa Hess, what do you mean? Never mind. So Papa Hess, I'm not sure if you're a real person or not. So what I will say to you, if you want to discuss the priorities of this country, then please come on up to the panel. Well, come to the panel and we can talk about America's priorities when it comes to its citizens. Hit the little box right there that says invite. And then we can discuss it. I got Jamel. All right, you guys, let me turn up the volume over here so everybody can hear. Do, do, do. All right, Jamel. You froze. And then he dropped. He froze and then he dropped. I don't know what happened.
Yeah.
There you go. He's back now. All right, Jamel.
Yes.
Okay.
Can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you. So you said you wanted to join the panel.
Yes.
Okay. What you got to say?
Okay. So what do you think we need to do to fix what's going on in America right now?
I mean, that's a very broad question. You want to pick a topic? Hold on, guys. I'll let you guys see it. Do you want to pick like which part?
Um, government wise.
That's still a broad part. I mean, I
I
don't know if I don't know if you're talking about from.
okay. Where do we start to fix the
I mean,
government?
we start with making sure that come the midterms we have a Democratic majority in House and in the Senate. Like that's going to be the first. That's going to be the first step. If you want to have three separate but equal branches of government again, and you want to have a government that has checks and balances, that's going to be the first step.
Okay. I believe that too. But the Democrats are gonna win the midterms. That's hands down. All
But
these
it's
see
not
that's
about
coming.
winning the midterms. We have to ensure that we have a majority in the House and in the Senate. Winning won't be enough. You have to have a majority in the House and in the Senate to ensure that when you begin to impeach and remove members of Trump's cabinet, you have a majority in the Senate so that whoever the nominees are after that don't just get rubber stamped and moved through the system the way they did previously.
Oh, so you want to remove certain people that's in his cabinet?
Absolutely.
Mm. I believe that me. I'm gonna tell you what I believe. I don't want to remove nobody. I just believe that if they get the majority of the Senate and Congress, they can start moving forward and doing real things for the American people. I'm tired of all the bickering and all the fighting. Like it needs to stop somewhere. Like
But why would you not want to remove people in the administration that are breaking laws and not fulfilling their oaths to the people and to the Constitution?
that's because that's a fight that we don't need to be fighting right now. They go after that next presidency. You could go
No, the next
you could check
presidency,
them too.
they won't be in the cabinet. The
Yeah,
people
I
that are
understand that.
right. So you don't go after them then. You don't allow them to continue violating the rights of citizens for 3 more years. Why would we do that? Why would we allow people to stay in office that are violating the Constitution and violating the rights of people? Why would we do that? What's the purpose of having a Congress if you're not going to use the checks and balances that Congress has you that Congress allows you?
So you want to waste 3 more years of getting people the out of his party?
No,
That's a
I
fight
didn't say
that
anything about getting them out of the party. So I don't know that. So, all right. So let me make sure that you and I are talking about the same things. So, number one, Congress will have two things that has to occur once they're in. So, one is they're going to have to impeach and remove members of the cabinet, starting, for
Mhm.
example, with Christy Nome, right? Then
Mhm.
going to like RFK Jr. Then,
You don't like RFK Jr.?
no, I
I
don't.
like RFK. I
I don't.
like him.
Okay. Well, it's not about whether you like him or you don't like him. What I can
Okay,
tell you is that the changes that have been made within the Health and Human Services is not good, and to the point where the American Academy of Pediatrics has actually had to go out publicly and ask people to not listen to the majority of the states in this country have issued guidance to not follow the CDC's new vaccination schedule and to go by the schedules of their states and discuss it with their pediatricians, because that is what is necessary to have happen. It's not about whether I like someone or I don't like someone. It's about, are they doing things that are actually hurting people? There are 1,000 children. There are 1,000 people in South Carolina right now that have measles that don't have to have them. We've had children that are unaliving from measles. We haven't had an outbreak this big in decades. We are about to lose our status. We eradicated measles, which means, yes, we had it, but it was very rare. We are
I
about to
know.
lose that status.
I had measles when I was younger, so
But why should
I was
children
here with
suffer?
measles thing.
Why should children suffer?
I understand what you're saying when it comes to that, but at the end of the day, it should be the parent that basically said if they want
It
their
is
kid
the
to have their
parent.
shot or not.
It is the parent already. It is the parent. If a parent says no, they don't get it. But it's a problem when you are advocating and you are telling people inaccurate information. When you tell people that the MMR vaccine or any other causes autism, that's a lie. There is literally no science or evidence to back that up.
because they
None.
never did research on it.
They
If you,
have.
if you-
There has been study after study. Yes, there
all
is.
right, you got some vaccines. What you're saying is partially true. You have some vaccines that is helpful, but a lot of these vaccines that they coming up, all the old vaccines like like the measles, uh, 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 uh,
What
the
new, what new vaccines are you talking about? There aren't any new ones.
yes, COVID's new.
Yeah.
COVID vaccine is a new vaccine.
And here's the reason. So here's the reason why we know it worked. All
No,
right.
it did not work. It's
Listen,
people. I know somebody. I got two people. I know two people that died from that shot. They
Jamel,
died from the shot.
Jamel, hold
That
on. Listen to me. Listen to me. Listen to me. It worked, or we would still have a global pandemic.
it did not work. It was
It
smoke and
did work.
mirrors.
Listen, no,
Okay,
it wasn't.
where did it work at? Okay, where did it work at?
Jamel, I mean, I had it 3 times. I had it. I got 3 of them. It worked for millions of people. Now, here's what everybody needs to understand about C19 and about that treatment. Every bit of it. We had never in our lives experienced a global pandemic like that one. And so, do you understand the way that medicine works on a regular basis? So, like every single year, we have new versions of the flu, right? Flu A, flu B, whatever, and they have to then adjust those vaccines to accommodate this new strain of whatever the virus is. Are you still there? Because you went black on my end. Are you still there, Jamel? No, he's not. You guys, hush. Don't act like y'all don't know how this works. Y'all know it takes more than 3 minutes with somebody. Jamel, are you back?
What happened?
I can hear you now, but I still can't see you.
Hmm? No, Wi-Fi went out. You can't say and tell me that COVID vaccine saved nobody.
So, Jamel, I can't see you anymore. Okay, there you go. Turn your camera around though, because we're looking at feet. Yeah, you want to turn your camera around to see you. But anyway, all right. So here's the thing. Okay, the reality is that they were moving science in real time and adjusting it in real time. That there was nothing that was going to be perfection about C19 or the rollout. The thing that was horrible was the politicizing of a global pandemic. Like that's the thing. You still got the camera facing
Yeah, I'm
away.
trying to change it. Like
You got to
I'm
tap the
I'm
screen and then hit the arrows.
not changing. No, it's not. It's not doing it.
Yeah, you just got to tap the screen where the camera is, like where it's showing it, and then click the little reverse camera to turn it back on you. Y'all shut up in the chat. I can't. Yeah, he's on vacation, y'all. Jamel, are you still there? Can you still hear me? Because the sound went away too. I'm gonna tell y'all the truth. My ass is on vacation. I'm certainly not gonna be up on Facebook listening to myself. I don't know, Sin. I don't know where he is. I'm just saying. Yeah, I'm just saying. No, he's still there, y'all. I think he's just trying to figure out what he's doing with his phone. But you know, the thing about it is, folks, is that people act like with anything, with anything that is transpiring that is new, we were getting medical information and adjusting it in real time for millions of people across the country with different medical histories, with different comorbidities, with different, all of those different things, right? And so, what people don't understand is that all of those things impact how it works for everyone. And the reality is that the majority of people um, were were saved and protected by taking those things, right? Jamel, do you want me to disconnect you and then you can join back? I'm gonna disconnect him and then he can join back. Cause well, hell, not me over here. Yeah, when he comes back, I'll bring him back on. Um. Anyway, um, I mean, credit to him for at least like wanting to have the conversation. And when, because I have the box open to where I can see if he comes back, I'll be able to help him do that. Um, that's okay, Jamel. He said he just came in the chat and said he's in St. Lucia right now. His internet is acting up. That's all right. You're welcome to come back if you want to. You're welcome to click it and come back. So listen, let me tell y'all something. And the reason I don't have a problem in the world talking to him is because and Jamel, it might work better if you come on and just leave your camera off and it's just audio. That will work too. But let me just say this, you guys. I will take somebody like that can engage in respectful conversation, even if they don't get what I'm saying at first, and we continue to have conversation. You all know that is how the work is done. Period. That is how the work is done. I don't, Ferris. I don't. And so I will take that conversation any day. And the thing about it is it's really important when people talk about well, I know someone who unalived from that. That might be what you think, and it can even be what family thinks. I would also wager that there's more to it in terms of the medical information and the medical conditions of those individuals and those people. Like 100%. I don't think that people really truly have a fair grasp of everything that was involved and is involved, um, especially because viruses mutate. We know that, and as they mutate, that means you have to also adjust the medication. Like it just is, and they were doing that in real time. They were doing that in real time. It's crazy when you think about that, y'all. Think about it when you get sick at home. And every time you get a different system, you got a different symptom, you got to change the medication that you're taking. Come on now. You're looking for perfection in a field where perfection doesn't exist. It should. What's it saying? It should let you back in. Let me see. Right, and that's what I said, receive grace. Yeah, that's what I said. I'm copying a new one and a new invite link, and let me see if I can get it to happen that way. Whoop. I need to pause my damn self, y'all. Because I'm giving him the link. Okay, so we'll see if it works for him this time. But anyway, right, but here's the thing is, like, when people ask me, what do we need to be doing? This is not difficult to understand. And for me, this is not a Republican or Democrat thing. The reason I say we need to have a majority Democratic Congress is because the Republicans have proven that they do not have the integrity to stand up to this administration. They have proven too many of them are on board with the Heritage Foundation's plan. Too many of them are okay with the initiative that the Heritage Foundation has rolled out. And that's not okay for me. They either want to stay in power or they agree with what's happening. That's it. So, Devil's Fork, I'll let you join the platform.
Hello.
Hey, how are you?
I'm doing good.
Good.
You know, I just had a question. Can you elaborate on Muslims are human beings?
No, I can't. It's pretty standard. It says what it says. There's nothing to elaborate on. It's a straightforward sentence. If you can read the sentence that says immigrants are human beings, then you can read the one that says Muslims are human
I totally
beings.
agree. Immigrants are human beings. Palestinians are human beings, and corporations are not human beings. But I think the Muslim one is a bit debatable. I mean,
well,
I think for
but
individuals like myself who were born.
So, Devil's Fork. Hold on for a second.
Born,
hold on for a second. Okay, hold on. Because I think this might be your first time having a conversation with me. Yes.
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay, great. So here's the thing. You can think that it's debatable, but that would be your personal opinion. But here's what we would know, right? Let me hold on a second, Jamel. Do dogs have a religion?
No.
No. Do mammals have a religion? Do amphibians have religion?
Some mammals have religions.
Right. What kind?
Homo sapiens.
And what's another word for Homo sapiens?
Humans.
Human beings. Right. And what is what type of religion do Muslims practice?
Islam.
So that would make them human beings.
Being human
so that would make them. Hold on, devil. Hold on. Hold on.
Sorry,
Wait, we're gonna stop. We're gonna stop right there. Because exactly what you just said. You said some mammals have a religion, right?
Are you a kafir? Like, can you answer that? Are you a kafir?
Devils. let me just be clear with you. Okay. So there are
You know,
things that
you
I
know,
don't
most of the
do. So let
population
me
of
share.
Jehanam are
So
going
let
to be
me
women,
let
by
me
the
ask.
way.
Let me get you to do me a favor. So first, try not to talk over me. That would be great.
Oh yeah, my
Second,
bad.
so I asked for 4 things in this space, right? And they're up here at the top. The first one says be respectful. The second one says no slurs of any kind. The
What
third
slur
one,
did I say?
I didn't say that you said one. I'm reading to you the 4 things. Right?
My bad.
Right. There you go. Right. Okay. And then I tell people don't spam the comments. And then the last one is don't type in all caps because it's not good for the algorithm and it's reserved for my folks that are vision impaired. Right. So the point that I asked you, right, was because you said it's debatable. And so what I asked you was, do mammals have religion? And you said some do. And I said, which ones? And you said Homo sapiens. And I said, what's another word for Homo sapiens? And what did you say?
Yeah, I said humans, but
Humans.
you know,
Wait,
that's
hold
not the
on. Just
point that
stop
I'm
right there.
making.
Hold on. I'm not asking you to elaborate. I just asked you what you said. And what you said was human beings. So human beings are the people that have religion. Okay. And so Muslims practice religion, which by default makes them human beings.
It
Now,
invalidates
hold
their
on.
humanity in that.
Again, hold on. Human beings don't always do things that are humane, such as the state of Israel committing a genocide
Do you think that I'm a Zionist?
in Palestine.
Wait, do you
Right?
think that I'm a Zionist?
I don't know what you are.
Yeah, so then why did you bring up Israel? It's like
I'm
what's
giving
your
an
point?
example. And I'm and
Can I-
if you
well,
will
can I
if you
ask
will
you-
stop
can I ask you a
interrupting me, if
respectful
you will
question?
stop interrupting me, I'm going to finish my sentence.
Wait, can
Because
ask
I
you a
have
respectful
no,
question?
I'm going to finish my examples because I had several examples to give you. Okay? So, for
Mashallah,
example,
sister,
when I say that human beings don't always do things that are humane, that would be like the state of Israel committing genocide against Palestine. That would be like ICE dragging people out of their cars, dragging a pregnant woman down the street, taking citizens out of their cars or even unaliving them and throwing them into detention centers, even if they're here legally, right? That's not humane. I think we would also be able to say that there were immigrants that first came to this country from Europe. And I would imagine that the way that they treated Native Americans would not be considered humane. I don't believe the Trail of Tears was humane. Okay. So being a human being doesn't always mean that everything that you do is humane. This country is a perfect example of that. Would you agree with that statement that human beings don't always act in a humane way? Do you agree with that or not?
Yeah, so like, can I ask my respectful question now?
Well,
Or
after you answer my question, though.
can you repeat your question?
Yeah.
Sorry, I
So
was talking
can you
over
agree? Can you agree that human beings don't always act in a humane way, and it is not relegated to one specific religion or one specific group of people? That applies to pretty much all human beings.
I would agree, but I think that there are certain ideologies and certain belief systems that promote more harmful behaviors than others.
I mean, you're entitled to that, but that doesn't mean that those people aren't
it's
human.
objectively true. So
But
it's not a
and you're
subjective
entitled to
opinion.
that opinion, but my point is that doesn't
Do
mean
you
that
think
they're not
objective
human
truths are
beings.
opinions?
Devils, listen, that also doesn't mean that there aren't human beings. So you can say to me, oh, I believe that there are certain ideologies that promote things that are more violent than others. You can believe that. That can be fine, but that doesn't mean that the people that practice those religions aren't human beings. Because if that was the case, we could then argue that Christians aren't human beings because Christianity.
They aren't. Christianity is one of the most harmful belief sets in history.
But it doesn't mean
In
that those
my eyes,
people
Christianity
aren't.
is worse than Nazism.
But that doesn't mean, and you know
That's
you can't
neither
say
here
that
nor
word on
there.
TikTok. You know you can't say that word on
My
TikTok.
bad. But
Right.
It's worse than that.
But here's the thing. At the end of the day, you are then talking about how certain people choose to practice a particular religion. That does not mean that all of the people that practice that religion are not human beings. They are still human beings. They are, yes, I have. They are still human beings, whether they are horrible human beings or not.
Can I give you a soda and you like tell me?
No, you can't.
Okay.
Because
so,
you
like,
want
I
to
don't think
debate,
you
because
actually-
you want to debate religion. And
I
that's
don't
not what
debate
this is
religion.
about.
I think it's very privileged for you to be a Western woman and defend Islam when people like myself were born and raised in Muslim countries and Muslim families, and we've had to experience the worst things, like the worst experiences because of the religion. So no, I don't think that these people are human because they believe.
Let me hold on, but here's the thing. So let me just tell you, I'm not defending Islam. See, if I were defending Islam, I would be saying Islam is this or Islam is that. That's not what I said. I'm not even having a conversation about Islam. You are. I'm having a conversation about Muslims, right? And so for me, so again, hold on. Nope. No. Because there are Muslims who practice Islam who don't engage in any of the things that you experienced. Right? So here's what I understand. I am able to separate, right? I'm able to separate certain occurrences or certain groups of people that do something, and that doesn't apply to absolutely everybody. Right? So again, so I'm not defending Islam. What I'm saying is Muslims are human beings, even if they're shitty human beings.
Do Muslims not believe in Islam?
They're still human beings.
Once again, they still like. I'm sorry, but I'm not gonna. Same way I won't humanize Yazidis, I won't humanize white supremacists, I won't humanize Christian nationalists. Same way I won't humanize Muslims because Muslims follow what? Islam, and Islam is an inherently harmful ideology.
And again, to you, I know people that practice. No, I know people that practice Islam that don't do anything harmful.
I mean, I can give you a surah that says to unalive every single.
It doesn't matter. I can give you tons of verses from tons of religions that say all of those things. But the bottom line is that.
Really care about other religions.
Well, I know,
Muslim,
and so, but you
Syrian,
have. So
Levantine. I had my own personal experiences. So
I know, and that's the point, Devil's Fork. That's the point. You have your own personal experience, and that's the experience that you are speaking from. I hear you. What I am saying to you is that is your experience of what happened to you. It does not mean that everyone who practices a particular faith is not a human being. People can be human beings and do horrible things. They have throughout the history of time. That does not mean that they are not human beings. That's it. They're not animals. And if we begin to dehumanize other people, no matter what they do, that is how we get to the place where we do horrible things to each other. And so what I refuse to do is dehumanize anyone else, because I understand that when you dehumanize anyone, you are doing exactly what the people who did other trauma to you did. The only reason we were able to have chattel slavery in the United States of America is because there was a group of people that dehumanized Africans, right? And so when you dehumanize someone, you allow them to be treated as less than human. So
that's
even
a false equivalency, though.
What?
That's a false equivalency. You're trying to
no, it's not.
It is, because Africans were dehumanized on the basis of their identity, which is not inherently harmful. Which that's racist, and I feel like that's horrible. But I think it's a loaded statement to say Muslims are human beings because you imply that they deserve a certain amount of respect.
No, I imply that they are human beings.
They are.
But they are.
It's like saying Yazidis are human beings.
They are. They can be horrible human beings, but they are still human beings.
That's a loaded statement.
They are still human beings.
It's wrong.
They are still they meet the medical scientific definition of human beings.
Yeah, but that's a load.
It's not loaded.
It is loaded.
It is not. It's exactly what it is. It's a fact.
Palestinians and immigrants.
It's a fact.
It's clear that you're trying to push a certain message, and it's
like, no, I'm not pushing the message that I'm pushing.
Use like cognitive dissonance to like.
No, it doesn't. You are being led by your trauma. You are being led by your trauma, and you think that that's supposed to approach everybody else's viewpoint or everybody else's lens. It's not.
Are you a kafir? Are you a
It's
kafir?
not.
Are you a kafir?
Why do you keep asking that question?
Because I think that it definitely means a lot. So like, are you?
Oh my God. I can't.
You are.
Why don't you define what they don't even know what it is? Yeah, Shantae, I know. People don't know what a kafir is.
Are you a non-Muslim?
Yeah, I'm not a Muslim.
Yeah, I think that speaks a lot. Did you know that like you will be going to Jahannam? Correct? Like, do you know that? Do you know that like most people in Jahannam will be women? Like,
so do you know that somebody else's religion doesn't determine my faith? They would like for you to say what a kafir is.
Yeah, a kafir is a non-believer.
Yeah, so here's the thing. Here's the difference, okay? So let me just be clear, okay? I know he knows, but so here's the thing. It is okay. So there are people who are Christians who believe I'm going to hell. They can believe whatever they want to believe. I don't care what someone else has believed. They have the right to believe whatever faith they would like to believe. They have the right. It doesn't make them less of a human. They are still human beings and they have whatever faith they have, right? I happen to be very good with what my faith is and the way that I practice my faith. And what other people might think about me doesn't really matter, right? Because I'm very secure in who I am and my faith and the way that I believe, right? So what I know is that no matter what people believe, whether they're agnostic, whether they're atheist, whether they're Muslim, whether they're Sikh, whether they're Hindu, whether they are Wiccan, whether they are Christian, whether they are Muslim, they are still human beings because they are practicing their particular faith. They don't have to be good human beings, but they're human beings. That's it.
Yeah, totally. But the thing is, like, when you say that people are human beings, it's a loaded statement, and I'm not going to act like it's not. Like, it implies that because of their human status, we need to treat them as equals. And no, I don't agree with that, and that's what is being said. And that's what's being pushed, and it's like...
There's nothing being pushed, Devil's Fork. So listen, there's nothing, and let me show you how I know that there's nothing being pushed, all right? So I have 4 statements up here. There is only one statement that you have an issue with, and you have an issue with that one statement because of your personal experience. See, so you don't feel like I'm pushing an agenda about immigrants. You don't feel like I'm pushing an agenda about Palestinians. You only have an issue with this one. So it's not about me pushing anything. It's about you viewing my statements from the lens of your trauma. And that's not on me.
Immigrants
that's not on me.
They don't follow a harmful...
Again, you don't know what religion immigrants follow.
Yeah, but
we have Muslim immigrants here. We have Muslim immigrants here. So you are only triggered. You are only triggered by the mention of Muslim. And that is because of your own trauma, which is not my responsibility. See, if I were pushing something, you would be offended by all of the things that I'm saying. Or I would be saying something different about Islam, which I'm not. Matter of fact, I'm not even talking about Islam. I'm talking specifically about the people who practice Islam. See the difference? So I'm not talking about any religion. I'm talking about different types of people, right? So immigrants are people. Palestinians are people. Muslims are people. None of this is about religion. None of this is about religion. This is about
not a religion.
What?
Alhamdulillah, is Islam not a religion?
Does any of this have religion? Do I have a religion on my page at all?
If you follow the Prophet, I mean,
do I have a religion listed on here? Do I have a religion listed on here?
You have a Muslim.
Do I have a religion
You do.
Yes or no? No, I don't. You will not you don't see a single religion up here. You don't see a single religion up here.
Do Muslims not follow?
But do I have Islam up here? Do I? Yes or no?
You have Muslim up there.
Do I have Islam up here? Yes or no?
Why am I arguing with Kafirs? Like, this is really a waste.
Why are you arguing at all? Right, that's what I thought. You want to blame me for your trauma. I don't have anything to do with your trauma. Nothing. Folks, listen, if you are triggered by something that is just a simple sentence, you have to recognize when it is you that has the issue. I am not responsible for your inference. None. And he does need therapy. I am not responsible for your inference at all. So the bottom line is he walked himself right into exactly what I said. Because what did I ask him? I said, do dogs practice a religion? He said, no. I said, do mammals practice a religion? He said, some. I said, which mammals? He said, Homo sapiens. I said, what's another name for Homo sapiens? He said, human beings. And then he had to chuckle because he knew that he just said exactly what the fuck my sign says. My sign says Muslims are human beings. So I would be correct because Muslims practice a faith, which makes them human beings. And let me just tell you all something. Not everyone that practices a particular religion practices it the same. Not everyone that practices a religion practices it the same. Yeah, he said he was Syrian. That's what he said. Yeah, Jamel, he has a problem with Muslims because he's Syrian. And I'm not going to assume anything about him. What I can say is that if he lives his life as something that was prohibited under the Syrian regime and their practice, right? Then I get how he may be traumatized. I'm still not responsible for his trauma, right? And he's got to do whatever work he needs to do because, yeah, I'm just saying. It's the same way some people feel about Christianity and the things that they suffered from Christianity, right? I know some Christian churches and I know some people that practice Christianity that will kick their children out of their homes and disown them if they are LGBTQIA. I know some Christians, I know some white Christians back when who will absolutely disown their children if they date a black person, right? I mean, I know people, but just because someone else, right, he may have been, Ferris, you're correct. He may have been tortured. I hear you. That also doesn't mean that every other person that is Muslim would treat him that way. I have friends that are Muslim that I know would never do that to a person. Period. And so that's the point that I'm making is that you cannot, because listen, and I've talked about this before, you all, I have talked about it. If black folk, if black folk lumped all people together, every white person would be the damn devil. If black Americans viewed all white people through the lens of what white people in America have done to Native Americans and to black people, we would say all white people aren't human beings. But we don't do that. Why? Because not everyone is the same. And not everybody that practices the same faith is the same. And you would be hard pressed to find an organized religion that doesn't say some horrible shit. You would be hard pressed to find a single organized religion that doesn't say some horrible stuff. Because they do. And everyone is responsible for how they choose to practice that particular faith. It's one of the reasons I am happy, Wasim. It's one of the reasons why I don't really consider myself to belong to a particular organized religion anymore, because they are so misrepresented and they are so abused by people who use them. And so for me, I know exactly what I believe. I know exactly what my faith is. And I don't need anyone else to co-sign it for me. I don't need anyone to co-sign my faith. Not a single person. None. People be like, you're going to hell. And I'm like, really? Because Jesus loves me. Really? Jesus and I are good. And some of you all who think you're going to get up there to see Jesus, he's going to be like, get thee away from me. I knew you not. And you're going to be like, but didn't I do this in your name? And he's going to be like, yeah, but you held the Bible upside down. You don't really know me. I'm just kidding. It ain't about the Bible, but I'm just saying. Yeah, here's what, and I'm just going to be really like for real with you all. The Bible, Jesus didn't follow the Bible. Y'all do know that, right? Jesus didn't follow the Bible. Jesus followed the spirit that lived within him, that godly spirit that lived within him. No, it didn't exist. That's the point, Nene. And he wasn't Christian. He was a Palestinian Jew. And he literally said, listen, I'm here. Them old laws don't apply no more. So don't come quoting Leviticus or Deuteronomy to me. And you can miss me with the whole, you can miss me with it. He said it don't apply. He did. And this is my own, so this right here I'm going to give you, this is my personal feeling. Having been raised and brought up in the church as a Southern Baptist Christian, my whole time, like for more than half my life, way more than half my life, right? Way more than half my life. Here's what I really believe from a Christian perspective, okay? When Jesus ascended into heaven, all right? When Jesus ascended into heaven and he said, I'm leaving my spirit with you. I'm leaving the Holy Spirit in you, right? For discernment, okay? I believe it's because he knew mankind was going to fuck up religion, even Christianity. He knew it because that's our nature. And he said, listen, you better listen to the God in you. And I don't care if you call the God in you spirit, Holy Spirit, intuition, sixth sense, your gut, divinity, the universe. I don't care what you call it. But whatever that thing in you that says yes and no, We all know what that is. You know that. And nothing can separate that from you. It isn't. You feel it in your gut. You know that thing. And that's for me why I don't need anybody else to co-sign what I believe. Not a single person. I'm about to share something really personal with y'all. So there was a lady that used to come back home when I lived back home in Northeast Tennessee. She was a prophetess from New Zealand. And her name was Carrie Southey. And she had the most beautiful spirit you ever want to see. And Carrie would minister to people for hours until she was literally just drained. And she said one day, she said, people will ask her how she can do it for so long. And she said, I just look at people with all the love of Jesus. And one day we had gone to see her one evening, and I'll never forget, I was sitting in Kingsport, Tennessee. And she looked at me and she said, you're like a kid in a candy store. You're like, ooh, I want some of this. 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 And you pick all the different flavors that you like. And for the longest time, I never understood what that meant for me. Never. I was like, I don't know what the hell that means. I'm like a kid in a candy store. Not really, because I don't really like a whole lot of different candies. I'm a little particular in the things that I eat. You know what I mean? So I was like, I don't know what this means. And it wasn't until probably like a year or two ago that I thought about it. And I'm like, I'll be damned. She's right. From a spiritual perspective, she's 100% right. When I went to Standing Rock and I was with the Native Americans, there were things that I picked up from them and I was like, ooh, I like that. It resonates with my soul. Like it just resonates with who I am, right? And I was like, ooh, I'll take a little bit of that, right? And when I was around just different cultures and different perspectives and different practices, everything that people practice as part of a particular faith doesn't necessarily resonate with me. So I pick what does and I leave what doesn't. I pick what sits well with my soul. I pick with what works with my heart, what I know, and I don't need anybody else to co-sign it. And so I am like a kid in a candy store. I do. I pick a little bit of this and a little bit of that. That's why you can walk in here and you will see, I got a Bible on a shelf over there. I also got some crystals over here. I also have some sage and some Palo Santo. I have a little bit of whatever it is that resonates with my soul. And then what I say is, if I have to choose a name for my religion, it's love. That's it. If I have to choose a name for my religion, then I have to say my religion is love. And that's the place that I want to lead from. That's the place that I want to speak from. That's the place that I want to live from. That's the place that I want to come from. And it is difficult, especially when some of y'all be in my fucking chat. Right? But that's the place. And I want to push myself to be kind to people who don't even deserve it. I want to push myself to not hate someone. Right? Like, I've told this story before, but if you haven't heard me, I said this to my mom because my mom can't stand Donald Trump, cannot stand his ass. Okay. And she would call him Cheeto and Orange or Cadet or whatever. Right. And I said, Mom, here's my thing. Listen, y'all, listen. I said, I won't call him Orange because that's a color. I won't call him Cheeto because that's a food. And I won't even call him 45 because that's a number. Colors, foods, and numbers don't have souls and spirits. And if I call him anything that is not a human being, it allows me to believe he should be treated as less than a human being. And that's a slippery slope I never want to go down. That's a slippery slope I never want to go down. I refuse to make anyone less than human. You might be a shitty human, but you are human. And so this is the place. And let me just say this. This was not an easy place to get to, y'all. That fire and brimstone, that fire and brimstone religion is scary. It is really scary when you unpack and challenge what you believe and why you believe it. It's scary because you're just like, oh my God, I'm going to hell. Oh my God, I'm going to hell. And my ex mother-in-law, I still call her my mother-in-law, she passed away a couple of years ago. But before she passed away, when her husband passed away, her husband couldn't stand me and I couldn't stand his ass. But when he passed away, I drove all the way to Virginia, Southwest Virginia, to see her because I couldn't be at his funeral because my cousin had passed and I was going to my cousin's funeral the next day. And so I went up there to see her, and she's from Southwest Virginia. So she talks like this. And so I came up there, and when I got there, it was like 9:00 at night. And she was laying in the bed, and she said, come on up here. So I crawled up in the bed beside her and I sat on the bed and we talked for hours. And she said, if Charlie could see you, if Charlie knew you was laying on his side of the bed, he'd have a fit. And she's right. I said, good. I hope his ass is rolling over in the grave. But we were talking, and she asked me, did I go to church down where I was living at the time? And I said, no. And I said, let me ask you a question, Mom. And she said, what's that? And I said, you knew me when I was married to your son and I was neck deep in church, right? Have a good day, Jamel. And I was neck deep in church and all of that. In church 5 days a week, all of that. I said, and you know me now. Which me do you see more God in? And she said, well, you now. And I said, then I must be doing it right. Then I must be doing it right. That's it. That's it. You know? Thanks, Wasim. Shukran, Wasim. And so this is the way that I have found works for me. And I think everyone should find what works for them. That's it. And be so sure of it, not out of fear, but be so sure of it out of love. You know, I remember W.A. Johnson was my pastor growing up. He passed away in 2022. And I had come home to see him. I'd come home to see my mom, and I always would stop by the church and I would see Rev while I was in town. And I'd pick my own candy, and I had come by to see him. We're chatting. This is almost 10 years ago now. And he says to me the same thing. You found you a church down there? And I said, no, Rev, I don't really go to church anymore. And he said, huh? And I said, listen, I said, Rev, there are just things now that I have questions about. Like one day I want to have a chat with Jesus because I have questions. I have a hard time believing that just because someone loves someone who is the same sex that they are, that they just have to rot in hell No matter how good a person they are, no matter how much love they give, no matter how much they love their neighbors and treat everybody kind of, I have a hard time with that, right? And he said, "Oh, I hear you. I hear you." And he said, "So, like, do you meditate?" And I said, "I do." And he said, "Well, meditation's from the East." And I said, "Well, newsflash, so was Jesus." Newsflash, so was Jesus, right? And he kind of chuckled. Um, and then and then he said to me, he said, "You know what?" We talked for a little bit more. And then he said to me, he said, he said, "You have reached a place," and this meant the world, y'all. He said, "You have reached a place that most people don't get to until much later in life, if they ever get there at all, where they take what works for them and they leave what doesn't." He said, "We pastors, we preachers, we read it and, we do the best we can based on what we know and what we believe and what we're guided to do." He said, "But at the end of the day, we're just still people." And I said, "Right." I said, "And I don't think that God talks to you or loves you any more than me. If God can tell you, he can tell me, or she can tell me, or they can tell me, whatever, right? Yeah, I got my own connection and I don't need anybody else to co-sign it for me." So that's the place where I land. And I don't mind what everybody else practices. You can practice whatever you want to practice. And here's my thing, as long as what you practice comes from love and doesn't cause harm to everyone else, I'm good with it. The only time I have a problem with anyone's religion is when you weaponize it against someone else. Then we got a problem. Other than that, do you, boo. I'm not here to judge. So for those of you guys that are on my TikTok, Sandy gave a super fan box up there. If you would like to be a super fan / subscriber, you can do that by, when this countdown gets to 0, you just grab that empty box and you will be one. So we appreciate Sandy for gifting super fans and for the folks that choose to take them. Appreciate that. All right. I have more to talk to you guys about that was on the agenda for today. Right, Mindy B. Love is God and God is love. 100%. All right. So I quote, "I saw nothing and did nothing wrong." That's Bill Clinton's testimony today. And I don't know why anybody is surprised by that or thought it was going to be anything different, right? Exactly. And so it is. I mean, listen, it's not like this is the first time the Clintons have talked to them or not talked to them. And to me, the fact that the Clintons said, "Can we do it in person?" Should have told everybody everything that they needed to know. Nothing was going to be said that was any different. Yes, Sandy is the most beautiful soul. Yeah, 100%. So I want to talk just quickly about the DOJ firings. And I also want to give people an opportunity to prepare. I said 1 p.m. I might open it a little earlier, right? Mary Lou, would you like to join the panel so we can chat? I would love that. Yes, they were willing to do it publicly. Mary, you do know that Mary Lou, you do know that papers don't make you a human being, nor do they determine whether or not you should be treated like one. So there are lots of folks that are in the request box. If you are in my request box and you actually want to come up on the panel to talk about something that I chatted about before I start something different, can you put a heart down there? Queen of New York got the superfan box from Sandy. If you are, okay, I got Jen Inspires. Who else? And when I bring you guys up, if you could do me a favor and just put yourself on mute until I get to you, that would be amazing. Is there anybody else that is in the request box that meant to get into the request box and wants to join the panel? I know sometimes when y'all are tapping, you accidentally get over there and you don't mean to. Because all I've seen so far is Jen Inspires. Anybody else that meant to? You've been trying to get a super fan for a while? I'm glad you got one. What's up, Maggie? How are you? Why are my eyes burning? Jeez, OP. Okay, nobody else put a heart. So I'm assuming everybody else that is in the request box. No, after Samba. You got one last time, ABFTT. I love that. Something just happened. Hold on. I need to. Hold on, y'all. Something is happening. I am good. Am I plugged up? Hell no. I'm trying to turn on the other computer that is dead to the world. Hold on. Because I knocked it loose and unplugged it. Okay. All right. What's up, Jen Inspires? What you got? It's Friday.
Hello. Thank you for all your nuggets today. That's amazing.
You're welcome. Thank you for being here.
Okay, so I was trying to ask this in the chat, but it was going too fast. So I get confused because I know about the grays. I know about the loopholes, right? Like when you get, as a Republican, as a Democrat, both of them play in the loophole area, right? Trump's administration has taken it to a whole nother level, right? So the idea is to have the Democrats vote for people to vote for the Democrats, right?
Right.
This is where I get confused because it seems like the Democrats get scared or intimidated or to maybe have their own agenda, and then they don't do what they're supposed to do. So then it leaves room for the Republicans to just do what the fuck they want to do. So how does that stop?
Yeah. So I think one of the things that is different with this election is that we've never had the Constitution and our legal system exploited in the way that it has been exploited in the last year, right? In my lifetime, I don't ever remember it, right? And so I think that a couple of things is different. I think that Democrats understand that they what wants to use your sword and deny whatever the fuck that is. Deny. Deny. I don't even know what this is. I don't know what this is. Sorry, y'all. So I think that will be different. The other thing that I think is different. So I think Democrats do more than what people know they do. They just don't do a great job of sharing with people what they do and how it impacts them. Right. So, for example, I firmly believe that had the Democratic Party done a better job talking about all of the things that Joe Biden got done in terms of Chips and Science Act and what it did, and the Infrastructure Act and the Inflation Reduction Act and the PACT Act for veterans and all of that, right? Had they done that, we probably would be in a very different position. But all they did was talk about Trump, right? So I really do believe that had they talked about what got done, we would be in a different place. Yeah. So yes, Jay Bird. So March 8th, she's talking about Yeah, but so what I'm talking about March 8th is going to be about how we get to the place where we have a Democratic majority in both the House and in Congress, and then what steps we need to take after that, right? So how do we close certain loopholes? What are the actions that we need to ensure that the elected representatives take? Like, what do we need to make sure that they do? All of those things, right? So I think that that's the difference. And one of the things that people have to do is we have to stop just like showing up on election day and then going on about our business.
Right.
We have to actively be
Okay,
engaged.
So you know how you're saying the Republican Party is breaking down, right? And they're
They're
of
fractured
divided within their
100%.
party. What didn't that happen with the Democratic Party that led to this?
No. So the Democratic Party just doesn't get in line. There's not an ideology that has fractured the Democratic Party. There is a debate about how to message the Democratic Party ideology. That's what I would say. And there are some people within the Democratic Party that believe you should message with the most what some people would see as extreme or whatever. Yeah, and there are. So here's the thing about the Democratic Party. The Democratic Party is it's not like the Republican Party. The Democratic Party has a ton of people that are in it that have different beliefs on different issues. And that is why they disagree on their messaging. So there is a portion of the party that believes we should go all the way into anybody can identify as anything. And yes, that is what it is. And then there are other people that are like, could we just, yeah, it's a big tent party. It's a big tent party. Whereas Republicans tend to be a lot of the same. They're all very corporate minded. They're worried about money and taxes and whatever and corporations. And that tends to be about it. That's what their messaging is. And so the Democrats have there's so many different types of Democrats, just like Christianity. Think about the Democratic Party like Christianity. Okay. Think about it like that. The same way there's Protestants and Presbyterians and the Church of God in Christ and then the Baptists and the whatever. That's how Democrats are. Yep.
Okay, that makes sense. So would you say that the Republican Party is just more in unison?
Yeah. They are. They are. And so because the Republican Party is more, they are. They just are. They're in unison because it's very they have an agenda. And they've had a strategy that they have been employing for 50 years. That's it. They've had a strategy that they have been employing for 50 years. And the Democratic Party continues to evolve and change as people evolve and change. And so it is very different. And so what the Democratic Party has to figure out how to do is how to communicate with everybody that they are a big tent for lots of different people where everyone is welcome. And so for me, the Democratic Party simply needs to say, listen, if you believe that people are more important than corporations and profits, you belong with us. If you believe that people should be making their education and their healthcare decisions with their school board and their teachers and their doctors, you belong with us. If you believe that you are smart enough to know what's best for you as an individual person, and you don't need the government telling you what to do, you belong with us, right? And they're not doing that.
Yeah. Okay. Yes, I just want to, I always had that question, and I'm like, I know she knows what she's talking about, so she's going to tell me the truth. I appreciate you so much. I love the analogy of cherry picking like a kid in the candy shop.
Candy store, yeah.
Yes, I love that. And thank you so much.
Yeah, you're very welcome. Appreciate you. Yeah, so y'all, that's the biggest way that's the way that I can describe it. And I am saying that as someone who's not a Democrat. Like I don't, and so the same way that I don't like do the whole organized religion thing, it's the same way that I don't do a whole political party thing. I think political parties also are used in a similar way that religion is used. Right? And so for me, it's not about party. When I say Democratic Party because of Congress, that's because that's the system in which we work, right? That's the system in which we work. That's the label that it has to be given, right? That's the label that applies to it. But what I'm talking about is choosing folks that are going to put legislation forward that is going to be good for the majority of the people, not the 1%, not even the 5%, or even the 10%, but for the vast majority of people in this country. Those are the people that I desire to elect. Period. And so I think it's really important that that's what we start to communicate with people. And so if you simply look at the policy, and the policy is what you and the policy aligns with you, then vote for the person with that policy. And you have to make sure that that policy doesn't just sound, because listen, the Republicans are great at using the right verbiage, right? They're great at using verbiage, but you have to dig into it. You know, the SAVE Act sounds good, except for the fact that it will disenfranchise a shit ton of Americans from being able to vote, including economically disadvantaged people, poor people, the working poor, women, women who've been married, widows, all of that, right? And so it sounds okay, but it's not. There are tons of parties outside of the Democrats and Republicans. There's a working party. There was the Tea Party. There's the Green Party. There's the Working Families Party. There's a ton of different parties out there. But we just have two major parties that corporations pour their money into. So, like, there's a lot of different political parties out there, folks. And you can run as an independent. It's just more difficult. And the reason it is because when the Republican Party or when the Democratic Party chooses to not allow you to run on their ticket, that means they are not helping with the financing of your campaign. It has to do with the money. That's what it has to do with. Hey, Scotty ABC. So give me 1 second, folks. I need to check something really quick. What is mine? Okay. So yeah. So that's just kind of the thing. Yeah. Guys, I'm going to bring a couple of folks up. Do me a favor and put yourself on mute until I get to you. And just so that people can prepare, if you, yeah, folks, put yourself on mute until I can get to you. If you are going to participate in supporting and showing support to our friends that live between the river and the sea, if you intend to do that on TikTok, you got about 20 minutes or so to recharge and get your coins together to be able to do that. So for those of you guys who do not know, what I do is about the last hour or so of the live, I will open up the panel and bring some of our friends up who live between the river and the sea. And then people are able to gift them so that they can then put that and be able to eat. It is Ramadan, so now is a good time to be able to do that. Many of them, some of them actually have links in their profiles, which you can also use. And there are also folks with links in my link tree. Okay. So I'm going to do that right around 1 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. Okie doke. Cool. All right. What's up, holy moly? I know it's Molly.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yep, I can hear you.
Okay. So I'm very new. I literally just popped up on you just popped up on my For You page today.
Yeah.
And so I'm not like well versed in TikTok or whatever. And but I guess my question is, and please forgive me, people, I'm not really a political person, but I live in Minneapolis and I've seen all the stuff going on with ICE, and I kind of want to know what the world outside of Minneapolis thinks about ICE and what's going on here.
I think well, I can tell you my perspective is that the ICE whistleblower that spoke before Congress, did you see that testimony?
I did.
Yeah. So I think he pretty much summed it up, right? I think that ICE as an organization is violating the Constitution. They are violating the rights not only of U.S. citizens, but also of the immigrants that we have here.
Okay.
I think that they are using abuse of force. I think that they are not being trained properly. They don't even have the knowledge to be able to discern what are and aren't illegal orders. And I think that when we have a majority Democratic Congress, both on the House and the Senate, then they should do a continuing resolution, take the extra funding that has been given to ICE and give it to the FTC in order to go after our monopolies and shut them down. That's my thought.
Okay, yeah, I'm only wondering because I see on like YouTube here, Facebook comments, people think that what's happening here is not real. And I know, I see comments and I'm like, no, it's real. I mean,
yeah,
I am a person that, and the thing is, where we live right now, it's so heated that people do not get along politically. And I'm somebody that I don't relate to any party. I'm kind of like in the middle. Like, I understand we need to have ICE. I understand that, they are here to do a job, but I don't think they're doing their job correctly. And I only say that because I have friends that are, immigrants. I also have friends that work for ICE. And to me, I feel like ICE right now, internally, they are a mess, just from what I know from the people that work here at Whipple. And so I think that like with the DHS, whoever works up there, I think they just need to like step back. I am going to vote. Whoever just said I am going to vote midterms. And it's just, I wish that there was like an understanding. Like, I wish people would just understand that, yes, ICE needs to be here, but they need to do their job. And I just wish there was like some kind of middle ground, because there isn't here right now.
So what do you mean they need to be here? I mean, you are aware that we've had ICE as part of the federal government. Yes. For a very long time, right?
Right. So I guess my point is, like, I understand that ICE has a job, yes, but right now they're not doing their job correctly is how I want to phrase it. They're not doing it correctly. They're going after the wrong people. Like, I feel like right now it's just a publicity stunt for them. Like,
go ahead.
Oh, for them to show their, like, the power that they have. That's how I feel, just because I live here and I'm feeling it. I've had family members, so we're Asian. So we literally, for the whole month of January, I left my house a total of 3 times. My neighbors, they're all hunkered down. They're Hispanic. I have neighbors that are white, but they're of Russian descent, and they didn't leave their house either. So it's kind of like I feel like it's been a war zone, especially where I live. It's been really scary, and I feel like if things were done correctly, like if they took the correct approach from the beginning, it wouldn't be like this. Everything just went crazy after the shooting in January. And I just feel like they're not handling it correctly. ICE is not handling it correctly.
So I think that people should understand that we didn't, I think Witch even said it in the comments, we did not have a Department of Homeland Security until 2003, right? So this hasn't always existed. And the vast majority of the immigrants in our country arrived here prior to 2010. Did you know that?
Okay. I did not know that.
Yes.
But I mean, I feel like like you mentioned earlier, like politics is kind of like religion, and I kind of feel like that. I feel like with me, I get so confused because I'm like, okay, I get it. Yes, there are bad people, but not all of them are bad. So stop going after all the people. Like,
but yes, they are bad people. Do you know what the crime rate? Do you know what the violent crime rate is for unauthorized immigrants?
I know it's not that high.
Do you have an idea of what it is?
I know.
It's less than
numbers that are thrown out everywhere, and it's like I don't know which one is correct.
Yeah, it's less than 1%.
Okay.
Yeah, it's less than 1% because I just need for people to understand this. If you think about, especially if you were here illegally, do you want to commit a crime and be deported?
No. So right, and so I think people in the comments are not understanding. Like I'm not like pro ICE. Like I guess what I'm saying is I get it, but like I'm not. I don't know. See, because like anytime I say anything, like people are just like, people are just jumping at each other, and it's like I get it that they need to be here, but then like they just need to like tone it down, is what I'm saying.
But see, when you say tone it down, so do you know that people have been unaliving in ICE custody for years now?
Yes, I understand that.
Right. So when you say tone it down, people are still being kept in inhumane conditions for years now.
Right, I'm saying ICE needs to tone it down.
But that's under ICE.
I know, that's what I'm saying. I'm saying they have a job to do, but they're not doing it correctly, is what I'm saying. So they're treating immigrants inhumanely, is what I'm saying. Right.
So what do you think doing it correctly means? And what do you think the job is that they need to do?
Well, they need to stop killing people. They need to stop arresting people without reason. I mean, like what they're doing here is just there's no due process. They're just point blank. If you're not, sorry, excuse my language, if you're not white, they're stopping you. Like my mom was stopped. So it's like, why? Like, and she's a citizen. And so I feel like if they need to do it. Like, I don't know. I just feel like follow the law. Like they keep saying that immigrants aren't following the law, but I feel like they're not following the law either.
Well, so here's the thing. When they say immigrants aren't following the law, they literally are arresting people when they come in for their legal check-ins with ICE, right? When they're showing up to court, they're arresting them, right?
So like, yeah. So my stand on this is what they're doing right now, like everything they're doing, arresting people at their court hearings, or going to arrest people when they're going to be sworn in as citizens. Like I feel like all of that is wrong. Like I feel like they need to revamp everything and stop doing what they're doing right now.
We actually don't need them. To be very frank, we don't need ICE at all. If this administration truly wanted to do something about immigration, then what they would have done is instead of giving another $80 million to ICE, they would have taken that $80 million, they would have hired more immigration judges and immigration lawyers to clear out the 3.5 million cases that are in backlog for immigration. Because if they process those cases, then people would either get legal status or they would be deported.
Right.
ICE is not doing anything to help our situation, and neither is this administration. As a matter of fact, this administration is doing it on purpose. They fired 100 immigration judges when Trump took office in 2025. Fired them. Right. So what would they like for people to do? So the reality is that the vast majority of people that have been picked up and detained have no criminal record at all. Not a single criminal conviction. So what does that mean? That means we don't need ICE, period. Like that's literally the point. We don't need you. And we don't need
Right.
you buying up warehouses across the country to detain people. Because
Right.
what they plan is free labor on the backs of brown people in warehouses across the country. That's what they planned.
Mm-hmm.
A modern day slavery.
Yeah, and I don't agree with any of that. And so, like, you know, being somebody that, like I said, I'm not really politically versed, and like, so I saw a comment. So for me, obviously, the news, they're saying, yeah, they're catching the bad people, and of course, most of the people here are like, yeah, go for it. That we're not against that, but you're going against the wrong people. And like finding out that they're just willy nilly out here, literally just taking anyone. That's where I'm like, well, I get confused because people all over the world, I feel like they're not seeing what's happening here, and that's why I was like, well, I wonder what people are thinking, because I feel like we're living in a twilight zone here where people don't believe it's happening.
No, people know. I mean, most people know that it's happening, and don't want it to happen. So, like for me, like, and I'm saying this with no judgment whatsoever. For me, I could not say I have friends that work at Whipple. I couldn't have friends that work at Whipple.
Yeah.
Like that's a non-starter for me, because anybody that is willing to take money and participate in the racist dehumanization of people, they couldn't be my friends, because I don't have friends that do that.
Yeah, and there's a person that just asked, well, there. So this person that I know, they are leaving. They're quitting because they're like, you know what, this is crazy. Because they're saying that like when Biden was in office, it was not like this. There were rules, there were laws they followed, and I was like, okay, well, explain to me like what is going on here. Like, why is everything batshit crazy? And they were just like, you know what, the administration, they don't get along, supervisors don't get along, nobody's listening to anybody, and this person that I know that works at Whipple, they are leaving. And I'm like, okay, well, you need to leave, you need to tell your people to leave, and from what I heard, a bunch of people are leaving.
Yeah, so I don't know that people understand. So so do you know that Stephen Miller is a white supremacist?
I wouldn't be surprised.
Yeah, no, that's that's a real thing. Like that's a real thing. And that is who is pretty much giving the directions when it comes to immigration. That's who set the ridiculous standards, 3,000 a day, whatever, and we can't get it. Yeah, he's openly that way, 100%. And I don't think that people really understand. Let me ask you this. Did you vote in 2024?
I did.
Okay. Do you care to share who you voted for?
I voted Democratic.
Okay, so you voted for Kamala. Okay. So did you read any of the Project 2025, and have you read Project Esther?
I have not, no.
Okay. So God, I love that you're here. Okay. So
yes, educate me, because I really dumb. Like not dumb.
No,
but,
you're not dumb. You just don't. You just don't know. Yeah.
The thing is, there's things on both parties that I agree with, but then like I don't agree with, some of the things that Trump is for. And so like with him, he has too many controversies, and I'm like, I'm not going to vote for that. So, but I mean.
So share with me things within the Republican Party that you do agree with.
I agree on their stance on like crime. Like, for example, in Minneapolis, there is a lot of crime. So I see it a lot. Like, for example, I've seen where they're literally driving down the road. I've seen kids drive in a stolen car and crash it, and then they get arrested, and then they're released the next day.
Okay.
And it happens time and time again.
Okay. So do you think that Democrats want crime?
No, but I feel like they're more lenient. That's all it is.
In what way?
Like just criminals that like they get not criminals. When I say criminals, I mean like people that do like really bad things, like murderers. Like we had somebody the other day that they were arrested for being involved in a shooting where they shot 2 people. This person was released the next day and went and killed 2 of his cousins.
Okay.
And so my question is, well, why were they released?
Okay, so a couple of things. Okay. So number one, Democrats don't believe that violent criminals should be let free. What Democrats do believe is that we need to get rid of our cash bail system because it is unfair to poor people. Okay. So I'll share with you what I mean, because here's the thing. The Republican Party has people that get arrested all the time and get out the next day and do horrible things, right? Just look at the Republican Party and the deal that they gave Jeffrey Epstein. That was a Republican administration. That was a Republican U.S. attorney. That was a Republican Florida state attorney that gave him a deal, even though they knew that he was engaging in those acts with 14 and 15-year-old girls, and gave him 13 months, right? And he didn't even spend all of that in the county jail. Okay. The Republican Party, Donald Trump turned around and pardoned everybody that participated in January 6th. Many of those people have gone on to unalive people and great people and been convicted for additional crimes since then. And those were just blanket pardons, right? So I'm going to give you the name of someone to follow on TikTok. Her name is Liz, L-I-Z, Oyer, O-Y-E-R. She used to be the pardon attorney under Biden. She does TikToks about the January 6th individuals that were pardoned, who have now, or are in ICE now, who have also gone on to commit horrendous crimes after that, right? I'll give you another example. You have Matt Gaetz, Republican. He used to be a Republican congressman for Florida. Okay. The Republicans worked so hard to try to keep the report. They did an investigation because there were allegations that he and another guy were involved in relations for money with a minor. Okay. 17-year-old. They tried to block that investigation and the release of the report. Yeah, her name is Liz Oyer. There's no L in it, Birdman. Matt Gaetz is walking around free right now. His friend, who wasn't in Congress, is doing like 10 damn years. And the report that finally came out showed that there was substantial evidence that he actually did do those exact things, right? So when we talk about, crime is not a Republican or Democratic issue. Crime is a rich people, poor people issue. Okay.
And I agree with that.
Okay.
Part.
So it's a rich people, poor people issue. It's not about anything else. And so when you talk about cash bail systems, the reason why Democrats think that we should do away with that system is because it penalizes people who are poor. And I'm going to give you just one really good example. Do you have Netflix?
I do, yes.
Okay. So I want you to watch a documentary called The Kalief Browder Story. It's K-A-L-E-I-F, Kalief Browder Story. It's on Netflix. And I'm going to just summarize the story for you. Kalief Browder, when he was 15 years old, lived in New York, and went for a joyride with his friend. His friend had stolen a bread truck. And so, as oftentimes happens, he was told at 15 by the public defender, because he couldn't afford an attorney, to just take a plea deal so he didn't have to go to jail, right? And so at 15, he did. He took a plea deal and he was on probation and he went home. Fast forward a year later, Kalief Browder is in his neighborhood walking home from a friend's like house party down the street. Him and his cousin are walking home to go home. All of a sudden, cops pull up beside him. They put him up against the wall. They search his backpack. There's a dude in the back seat, happens to be Hispanic, who is claiming that Kalief Browder took his iPad. They search his backpack. There's no iPad. There's no nothing. Okay. They arrest Kalief anyway. This is on a Friday night. He is taken to jail. At the time, he asks his daddy, because his mom didn't have the money. His mom had a heart condition. He asks his dad to post the $900 bail. And his dad says, like some parents, well, you just need to be taught a lesson. Maybe if you sit in jail over the weekend, right, you'll learn a lesson. Well, come Monday morning, the jail now knows that Khalif was on probation. So they revoked the bail. So now at 16 years old, he is in Rikers Island prison. He cannot make bail. He stays in this prison. So in Rikers, he's a child, right? So in Rikers, they had a program, and it was literally called The Program. So the way that the program worked is you either joined a gang in the prison system, which Khalif refused to do, or you became a snitch for the guards, which he also refused to do. So the guards allowed the gangs and the adults in Rikers to beat on him. He spent more than 300 days in solitary confinement at 16 and 17 years old because he refused to play either game. Now, in the meantime, the Hispanic dude that was supposed to be the victim for the iPad they never found in the backpack has now left the country. But rather than the prosecution admit that, every time they go to court, they keep asking the judge for an extension and an extension and an extension. Khalif Browder spent 3 years in Rikers prison for something he never did because he refused to join a gang, because he refused to do what the guards wanted him to do. By the time he got out, he had been tortured so badly in that prison system, he ended up taking his own life.
That's sad.
In Rikers. Khalif Browder is the reason now juveniles are not allowed to be put in solitary confinement.
Okay.
There are people, I know people that did 20 years in prison for the devil's lettuce. You know what that is? Because on TikTok, you got to be careful what words you say.
No.
Like, look at my hands. The devil's lettuce.
Oh, okay. Okay, yeah.
Okay. I said, look at my hands. Now you know, right?
Yeah.
Okay. So I know people that have done 20 years in federal prison for that stuff that was that never did a violent crime, whatever. But then you have a white boy, Brock Turner, going to Stanford, who rapes a girl who's unconscious by a damn dumpster outside. And the judge says, oh, I don't want to ruin this young man's life. So he only gets 6 months.
I see.
Yeah. He got 6 months for graping a girl who was unconscious by a dumpster.
Yeah.
He's a white boy, rich boy from Stanford.
Yes.
Right?
Yeah.
Okay. So it is not that Republicans or Democrats are tougher on crime. That's bullshit that they use to manipulate people. If they really were interested in crime. So do you know who one of the biggest contributors to political campaigns are?
I do not.
It's an organization called Core Civic.
Okay.
Core Civic also has a contract with ICE. Core Civic is why we have a for-profit prison system in this country. So you got to understand, when they come to your town or they come to your state and they say, we're going to build a prison, what do they have to do after they build it?
Put people in it, yeah.
They got to put people in it. And so they get tax breaks and they come build it, and it's a for-profit prison system.
Right.
Right? So the reality is if we took all of the money that we were putting into these prison systems to actually pay people a living wage and to actually give people adequate housing and put food on their table, guess what would happen to the crime rate in this country?
It would go down?
It would, because why do you need to steal anything if you've got a roof over your head and you got food on your table?
True.
You don't, right?
Yeah, see, and thank you for explaining it like that, because like I said, I'm not a political person. So like when I see stuff that happens in my city in Minneapolis, I don't automatically go, oh, it's Republican or Democrat. I literally just go, well, why is that, person out? What the heck? Like,
I bet you are a political person. I bet you are, and you just don't realize it. So do you go to school?
Yeah. Yes. I do.
Okay. Do you go to a public school? Do you go to a public university, or?
I go to a private.
Okay. You go to a private university. Yeah. You're a political person. You just don't know it.
Yeah, probably.
You are a
Okay,
political person. You just don't know it. So
yeah,
here's
and
the,
like,
yeah. So, okay.
I was just gonna say, I see the comments. I see some of these people like, oh, she's brainwashed, blah blah, getting, and you're like,
Ignore
relax. I
people.
don't. Yeah, like relax. Like I don't know. Like I
Yeah,
know that
no, I think the person that you're the comment that you're talking about, I think he was talking to me. So I have, so let me just tell you, there are trolls try to find me because they don't like the fact that, because I'm not Republican or Democrat. And no,
Yeah,
they
I
are
know.
not the same. Listen to me, for the person in the comments that said both sides are the same. No, they're not. So let me explain. Democrats and Republicans are only the same or similar when it comes to foreign policy. They both suck when it comes to foreign policy. Okay, fuck both of them. When it comes to domestic policy, they are not anywhere close to the same. They're not anywhere close to the same. So, and this is what people really need to understand. So I am not a Democrat or a Republican. I have voted for both throughout my lifetime. But as I have changed and evolved as a person, what I find is that the type of policy that I want to see in this country aligns more with Democratic candidates than Republicans. Okay. Okay. So that is why that ends up being how I vote. I am what you would consider a progressive populist. So a populist is simply someone that favors policy that helps the regular everyday person, like the majority of the country, right? I'm a populist, and I'm progressive because I want us to progress, and I don't like the vulture capitalist society that we have created and the extreme monopolies that we have created in this country. Right.
Right.
So
Yes.
I know that I'm old enough to be your mama. I think I probably have children older than you.
I'm old.
I bet you're not. How old are you?
I'm 38.
Yeah, girl. Yeah, no. So my oldest is about to be 31. So
Okay. I feel old, so.
yeah, you're not old. You're not old. But I got it. Okay, so follow me. All right. So so I bet I'm going to ask you a couple of questions. Hey, Tiffany, how are you? And you just kind of answer them. So, do you think that everybody in this country deserves to have access to affordable, safe, quality healthcare?
Yes.
Okay, perfect. Do you believe that every child is entitled to and should receive accurate, thorough education, even history that's uncomfortable, so that we never repeat it and we continue to get better as a society?
Absolutely.
Okay, perfect. Do you believe that as long as the people that are involved are of legal age and consenting, people should be able to love who they love and marry who they marry?
Oh yeah, of course.
Okay, cool. So you say of course, but I know people who don't believe that.
Yes. Unfortunately, yeah.
So here's the thing: you are political. Like these are what people would consider to be political issues. But I believe that the vast majority of us all agree on these things, right? It's just that the powers that be, corporations. So let me back up. Have you ever heard of a court case called Citizens United?
No.
Okay. So Citizens United changed the game in politics. And it happened in 2010. And Barack Obama warned us. So here's what happened. There was a court case that went before the Supreme Court. And the Supreme Court ruled that corporations have the same rights as people, and that corporations spending money, their money is their freedom of expression, their freedom of speech. When they did that, corporations can now spend a shit ton of money in elections under the guise of free speech. And that's why our politics has gone to hell in a handbasket for the last 15 years.
I see that. Yeah.
So, because now what you have is it created these things called super PACs and political PACs. And people spend millions. I'm going to give you an example. Elon Musk created, there was a woman, Michelle, she created a political PAC, a super PAC for this last election cycle. The way that campaign finance law is written is anything that is donated in a quarter, you don't have to report until the last month of that quarter, right? So they waited until October. Elon Musk's foundation donated $20 million to her PAC. She spent $20 million. By the way, she's a conservative, but she named her PAC the RBG PAC, Ruth Bader Ginsburg, right?
Okay.
And to make people think she was liberal, right? So, and then she spent $20 million on social media ads targeting progressive and independent women in battleground states like Wisconsin. And the ad was saying, oh, President Trump said he would never do a total AB ban, so we could vote for him. He's not for that. And then because it didn't have to be reported until December, by the time it was reported, she had dissolved the PAC and dissolved the everything. So nobody found out until after the election that Elon Musk spent $20 million trying to manipulate women into voting for Trump. Right? So it's really campaign finance laws need to be reformed in a massive, massive way. And we need to create legislation that codifies into law that corporations are not people and corporate money is not free speech, so that we can get back to the days of politics that weren't so consumed with millions upon billions of dollars, actually billions of dollars.
Yeah. And I kind of see it. I don't know if this is just me being ignorant, dumb. I don't know. Like I like in the past year, I just kind of felt like, well, usually during around like campaign season, like when, the next election, I usually fall into this whole of, oh my God, they're all the same. Like, I feel like they don't care about us. I feel like we're all just pawns in their game. And I'm like, which is the lesser of the evil that I vote for? That's how I've been feeling lately.
Right.
And I don't understand. I understand the way, like what you just explained, it just kind of explains it. Like, I feel like they don't, I don't know. I feel like we're by ourselves and we're here teaching each other. And this should be, why has it gotten to this point? I get so confused.
Yeah.
And so like when I say I'm not politically, for me, like the questions you asked, like, I feel like that should be common sense. Like,
but it's not. And don't feel like that, because these were things that I didn't know until I got to the place where I needed to make it my business to know. And this is the things that we don't teach. We don't teach these things. So there's another documentary that you should really watch on Netflix called 13th. It's like 13th, like the 13th Amendment. You will see, it's so crazy. Okay. So there's an organization called ALEC, ALEC. It's the American Legislative Education Council. They literally write bills for politicians and just give it to them. And as long as the politician can spell their own name in their own state, they just put it forward. That is how a ton of our prison system shit got passed. It's so bad that we literally had a legislator get called out on the floor because they said, did Alec write this bill for you? And he was like, I'm tired of these accusations. I don't know why you would think that. And they was like, because you forgot to take their letterhead off the top.
Oh gosh.
Like that's how bad it is, right? There's also another organization called the Federalist Society. The Federalist Society is a conservative organization that their sole purpose is to recruit and create conservative lawyers and put them in positions to become judges all across the country. It's led by a guy named Leonard Leo, and he is the guy who he left the Federalist Society. He took a little leave of absence in order to give Donald Trump the short list for our Supreme Court nominations in 2018. Leonard Leo is the reason we got Brett Kavanaugh and Amy Coney Barrett. Like this is their life's work. The Heritage Foundation, that's who wrote Project 2025. Oh, it is literally about the 1%. It's literally about the 1%. And if I'm being really frank, the Heritage Foundation backs the state of Israel, so they support the G side of Palestine and the Greater Israel Project. At the same time, it is about the elevation of there are people who believe and promote this great replacement theory. I don't know if you know what that is.
No.
But it's this thing that they're perpetuating because it is true that birthing rates for white people are declining. Birthing rates for Black folk or brown folk and Hispanic folk, they're not really declining, right? So what you have is a situation where the people that have been, it is eugenics, you got it, super. People that have been in positions of power for a really long time are seeing the pendulum start to shift. And so now they want to do everything possible to maintain the power that they've always had, because they are absolutely terrified that if other people get into power, they will do to them what they have done to the rest of us.
And I believe that.
Yeah.
And so that's why, like, I'm, you know, like I said, I'm learning. I mean, it's just, it gets really overwhelming hearing.
Yes, because it's a ton. It's a ton.
It's a ton. And so that's why I'm like, who's here for me? And I get frustrated and I get confused, and don't even get me started on so. And I know people are going to roll their eyes, but I really do not understand the whole thing with Palestine and Israel. I do not know a lick of a thing.
I can help you.
Side I'm supposed to be on. I don't even know, because I'm like, when I ask people, like, "Oh, you're stupid." I'm like, no, you
just don't know.
I don't know.
And that's fine.
I'm a single mom with 2 kids. I don't know.
Yeah, and this is my thing. I have this thing that I say all the time. As long as they can keep people living paycheck to paycheck, and underinformed or misinformed or disinformed, they can get away with anything, right? And that's what they attempt to do. So here's what I will share with you. I'm going to kind of run down, and I will, let me tell you this. 9 months ago, I had a little understanding of Palestine and Israel, but not nearly enough. And so I made it my business to become more informed. And you're going to see in a minute, some of my Palestinian friends are going to join us on the panel, and we're going to help them out. But before I do that, I'll give you just the chronological order of everything that happened. Okay. Sure. So follow me. 1917, we're in the middle of World War I. Okay. So you got the Allied powers, that's us, and that's Great Britain, right? And we are doing the thing. Salam Abu Malik. And at that time, Palestine was under the rule of the Ottoman Empire. Okay, so the Turkish, and that's who ruled that land, and that's where they belonged. There was no state of Israel, country of Israel at that time. It did not exist. Okay. Israel was created, the state of Israel, the country of Israel as it exists today, was created in 1948. But before I get there, let me share with you what happened. So 1917, Lord Balfour, who was part of the Brits, he sent a letter to Lord Rothschild. Okay. Lord Rothschild had sent a proposal, a request to the British cabinet. And what they asked was for a national home for Jews to be created in Palestine. Okay. And what they specifically said, what the letter specifically says, and all of this is in my link tree. But what it said was, Lord Balfour said, listen, I'm letting you know that His Majesty does, with sympathy, right, agree with the aspirations of the Jewish Zionists. That's what it specifically says. And so it's important to understand that Zionists are not the same things as Judaism. Judaism and Zionism are not the same thing. Not all Jews are Zionists. As a matter of fact, a vast majority are not. Okay. But this particular Eastern European Jews were Zionist. And he says, yeah, listen, we will help you establish a national home for Jewish people in Palestine, with the understanding that the creation of this national home for Jews in Palestine will not infringe upon the civil or religious freedoms of the people already there, right? Mm-hmm. And it will not infringe upon the other Jewish people that live anywhere else in the world. That was the agreement. Now, what's crazy about that, Molly, is that the Brits in 1917 didn't own Palestine. Palestine didn't belong to them in 1917. So how are they giving it away? How are they telling somebody else, yes, you can come make a home here and we're going to help you do that, when it didn't belong to them?
Right.
Okay. And the way that I explain that to people is that would be like Canada telling Russia they can have part of the United States. How would the United States feel about that? We would be ready to fucking fight, right?
Yeah.
Okay. So, and it wouldn't be that we're fighting for no reason. We're defending ourselves, right?
Right.
Okay. So now fast forward 4 years, the war is over, right? The Allied powers that won have said, oh, what are we going to do with the countries that we defeated? Okay. What are we going to do? And so they determined that Palestine didn't have the infrastructure or the ability to run itself in a modern world. I don't know who made them the sayers of who could exist in a modern world. You know, they said the same thing about Africa. I guess they missed the whole like pyramids and all that shit. But anyway, that's what they said. So 1922 happens, and the Allied powers, they create this thing called the League of Nations. It goes on to become the UN, but at the time it's called the League of Nations. And in Article 22, the League of Nations, they establish what's known as the British Mandate. And what they say is, hey, listen, Palestine, you don't have the infrastructure and the government and everything set up to manage yourselves. So we, the Brits, will be like your big brother. And so we will come work alongside you. We'll bring our military, we'll bring our people, and we'll help build up Palestine to help you exist, right? What they didn't say was, by the way, we're also going to give away part of your land, and we're going to bring these Eastern European Jews with us and give them part of your land. They didn't say that, but that's what they did, okay? So now what you have is you have the British down here, and they are arming the Eastern European Jews that they've brought, right? And they have carved out this part of Palestine and said, you can have it. And Palestinians are like, what do you mean? Like, this ain't cool. So of course there are scuffles between the Eastern European Jews that have just gotten there and the Palestinians that are there, right? And so this exists for quite a while. And then you get to 1948, because May 15th, 1948, the British are supposed to withdraw, because now Israel is now recognized as the state of Israel, right? It's now a state. It's now its own little country, and it's self-sufficient because the Brits have armed it, established it, got it all set up, okay? Meanwhile, the Palestinians are not all set up, okay? And there's these skirmishes that are taking place between them and these fights. And the British are saying, hey, listen, we need a truce between the new state of Israel and the existing Palestine. And here's what happened. And this document is in my link tree, okay?
Okay.
So It's a draft document. It was just declassified in 2018. And so the UN drafts a document to the Secretary of State in the US. It's May 4th, 1948. And I'm just going to paraphrase what it says. But this document says the Jewish agency, which is Israel, last night refused the truce agreement with the Arabs, which is Palestine, right? And he said, and he says, listen, this is a problem because it demonstrates that Israel is okay just taking whatever they want, right? Establishing their own nation by force, right? And he goes on and he says, now listen, the Arab acceptance of the truce might be able to put enough pressure on them via public opinion that they have to like go through the motions of looking for a truce, but in reality, they're not going to. They have said, and this is literally what the verbiage. Israel said they could not because they had a moral obligation not to take this truce agreement. And that moral obligation is because they are Zionists. And so Zionists have a belief system that Israel needs to exist in that region. This temple needs to be built. Like all this stuff needs to happen. Christian Zionists believe it so Jesus can come back. Different Zionists believe it for different reasons. It doesn't even fucking matter to me because I'm still stuck on how did the Brits give away somebody's land that ain't theirs, but whatever, right? So, and they go on in this document and they say, we're going to have a decision in 10 days time, us being the Security Council of the UN, because when we leave, when British troops leave, we're going to be in a situation where Israel is going to continue to try to take Palestinian land by force. And if the other Arab nations around there come to the defense of the Palestinians and then they attack Israel, Israel is going to come running to us in the UN and they're going to say they need us to defend them from the Palestinian counterattack, when in reality, it's been them that was attacking first. And we're going to have to decide, is this a big enough of an international incident that we need to get involved? Okay. And they said, maybe we can cut a deal. We can carve out some land for Syria over here. We can do like, maybe there's something we can do to avoid this. And so the reality is that everyone abandoned Palestine. Arab nations didn't come to their defense because they struck a deal with the UN, and Israel, the state of Israel, newly created, was allowed to continue. So in 1948, that began what is known as the Nakba. It's the Nakba. And that is where the newly created state of Israel proceeded to unalive and displace about 800,000 Palestinians.
My God.
And yeah, and that is now why Palestinians are now left with only living in the West Bank and in Gaza. The rest of the land in Palestine, the state of Israel now illegally occupies. Gaza is the world's largest open air prison. There are 2 million Palestinians there. There are huge guard towers, 5 of them, all around the city that stay armed. Palestinians are not allowed to drive on certain roads. They're only for Israelis. I could play for you a clip. President Jimmy Carter was interviewed in 2007, and he was interviewed on the show Democracy Now! And he was asked if what is happening in Palestine is an apartheid. And he said, yes. He said, apartheid is the perfect word to describe it. He said, as a matter of fact, it's the worst apartheid. It's worse than South Africa's apartheid. Okay. And he said, the American people don't know because they don't want to know. And then he proceeds to talk about this political pack called AIPAC. To give you an idea, AIPAC is a pro-Israel pack. They gave $57 million for congressional elections in 2024. 96% of all of the candidates that AIPAC endorsed in 2024 ran their elections. They won their elections. AIPAC has sponsored money for both the Democratic leadership in Congress and the Republican leadership in Congress. When you go to AIPAC's website, you will see a picture of Hakeem Jeffries and Mike Johnson, both right there, right? There are people now, like you see Tucker Carlson speaking out against it, because Tucker Carlson is like, listen, we're not America first, we're Israel first. AIPAC, Israel just brought 250 state legislators to Israel in September of 2025. And it was called the 50 States One Israel Conference. There are literally legislators in this country walking around with buttons that say 50 States One Israel. Florida has a fucking license plate that says Florida stands with Israel. When does this United States of America ever have license plates for somebody else's country? Right? It's crazy. In the last 2 years, so everybody wants to make a big deal about October 7th, 2023. Okay? Let me say this. It wasn't until I understood that anything, whether Palestinians fight back in 1948, 1988, 2008, or 2023, anytime they fight back, they are doing it in defense of their home and their land. They are doing it in defense. And there's a lot of other stuff out there, but there's factual evidence to demonstrate that the state of Israel actually unalived their own hostages rather than have them be taken into Palestine by Hamas. Like, that's a fact. So let me say this. The United States of America finances and funds all of this for Israel. We provide them the weapons that they use. In the last 2 years, they unalived more than almost 22,000 Palestinian children. Yeah, that's it. It's called the Hannibal Directive. It's called the Hannibal Directive. It is a fact. I actually listened to a former IDF soldier talk about it. It is. It's called the Hannibal Directive. In addition, there's been more than 70,000 Palestinians unalived since October 7th, 2023. And since the supposed ceasefire in October 10th of 2025, Israel has still unalived over 500 Palestinians since the ceasefire. One of the weapons that we gave to Israel that they used on Palestinians literally evaporated 3,000 Palestinians. The only thing that was left were small pieces of flesh and brain matter. 3,000 Palestinians. We did that. As a veteran, does this surprise me? No. No, as a veteran, no, it doesn't surprise me. We are in so much. It's ridiculous. And so for me, any innocent life that is lost, even if it's Israeli, is on the hands of Israel. It's on the hands of the United States, and it's on the hands of Britain, because none of that should be happening. So let me show you. Somebody's asking me about the evaporation. I got you. Democracy Now. U.S. weapon, Israel, evaporate 3,000. Boom. Here it is. It's absolutely wild. I can show you what the weapon is actually called.
Gary, it's clear now. And thank you for because literally I had no idea what's going on. Anytime I would look up any information, it's always confusing, and I'm like, well, what is real, what's not, it's just been, depending on what website or news source you go to, they have their own agenda, their own biases too. So I'm like, I don't know.
So
somebody explain to me.
I will tell you the places that I like. So so some of the news organizations that I love and trust is I love and trust ProPublica. I love and trust The Guardian. I like Zateo, which is Mehdi Hassan's media outlet. Drop Site News is also good. So ProPublica, The Guardian, Zateo, Drop Site. Those, and Democracy Now! Is fantastic as well.
Okay.
Democracy Now! Is fantastic as well. Sometimes I like Reuters and sometimes I don't, to be honest. It just depends. So Al Jazeera English I like.
Okay.
But let me show you. Yeah, PBS is always good. PBS News is always good. So do you see? It was over 2,800 Palestinians. You can find it on several websites. This one actually has the weapon itself, so you can see it. So it's 2,842 was the people, and this is the weapon. It's an MK-84. This is the hole that it leaves.
My God.
Yeah, this is the hole that it leaves. Yeah, Democracy Now! Has a great podcast as well. So yeah, I like Mehdi Hassan as well. So this is how, those are the places where I go. And then when you go, if you go to my TikTok profile, I have a link tree that is there. And it is quite, they call it the link forest. Ignore them, people. But it's very extensive. I began putting it together before the 2024 election. And so a lot of the stuff that I talk about, if it's immigration, if it's healthcare, if it's pretty much anything, ICE, if it's whatever, all of it's a very extensive link tree. That's
I'll
there.
definitely take a look. Yeah.
Yeah. So there's a ton of it in there. So yeah. But I hope that, I know this was your first time coming in. And let me just say this. I would sit here and I would talk to you about anything. And the reason why, and I'm about to get emotional. That's so fucking stupid. But I am just grateful that you want to know.
Yeah.
Right. Because there are too many people that are just stuck and being partisan, and they don't want to know. So I am grateful that, and you're not dumb or whatever. You just didn't know, and so I'm grateful for that, because we need to know.
And I think that the thing with me is, like, I'm a very, what's the word, empathic person, empath. I don't even.
Yeah.
And the problem with me is, like, I feel everybody's feelings. So, and that's where I get to the point where, like, well, I hurt for everyone. I don't know.
Yeah.
Who, what I've noticed though is, like, people like on the Democratic side, whatever, you're more like, you guys explain more and you don't yell.
Yeah.
And the Republicans, like, I can't even, I have family members that voted Republican, and I can't have conversations with them because anytime I ask, like, well, you're stupid, you're indoctrinated. And so, like, me just being the dumb, empathic person in the middle here, I'm like, somebody tell me. So I'm glad that I'm here. I'm glad that you explained everything to me. The Palestine-Israel thing makes a lot of sense now. Like, literally, just, oh my God, I didn't know who. And so, and what made me stop was your backdrop. Like, the immigrants are human beings. And it's like, I live here, and I know that when I come up, or like when I say things, I don't know how to speak. I don't know, what do I say to not get people mad? So, I'm just here to learn, and I'm here for humans. I'm here for the people that need help.
Yeah. So I'm going to answer this question on Facebook, and I hope you hang out for just a minute, because I'm not Sad Wasim. I'm not Sad Wasim. I'm going to show you, so this is the time of day where, so there's no infrastructure left in Palestine. So a lot of times the only way that they can eat or whatever is they come here and they get TikTok coins, right? And then they can convert those into crypto, and then they can eat, right? And so I usually leave the last hour of my live for us to help them out. Before I do that really quickly, because you're going to meet, hala, Raja. You're going to meet some of my Palestinian friends that I have come to know and love over the last, 8 months. But let me answer this. So Nance, first, let me just say this. Hamas is not a terrorist organization any more than anybody else is. So just so that people understand this, Bibi Netanyahu used to finance Hamas. Did y'all know that? Netanyahu used to fund Hamas when he did not want the Palestinian Authority to become recognized so that there could be a Palestinian state. So he loved Hamas when it kept the Palestinian Authority from becoming recognized by the rest of the world so that Palestine could be recognized as a state. Hamas was elected by the people in 2008. And there is a section of Hamas. There's different parts of Hamas as a government, just like there is in the United States of America. So the same way that we have a military part of our government is the same way that Hamas has a military part of their government. Thank you, Hussein, 2006. By the way, that election was overseen by the Carter Foundation. Jimmy Carter's foundation oversaw all 3 elections in Palestine, including 2006, when Hamas was elected. And the people elected Hamas because they wanted someone that would protect the people and fight for them, because the Palestinian Authority pretty much just does whatever the hell Israel says to do. So that's how that came to be. So they were elected in an election process that was overseen by the Carter Foundation. So I just want everybody to understand that. Israel and the US calls them terrorists because they fight back against the state of Israel. So.
Yeah. I mean, it makes sense now because, like I said, the first time I ever heard of this was, on the news. Oh, Hamas attacks Israel, and I'm like, what's going on? All I see are people and children dying, and I don't know.
And the vast majority of them are Palestinians. So I did an interview. It's probably still up on my YouTube, but I interviewed Dr. Mimi. I will go back and find it so I can post it. So Dr. Mimi was in Palestine twice. Israel denied her this third time, August of 2025. But she was there, and she kept a tally of her own patients. 86% of her patients were children in Gaza. If you have never seen it, there are physicians that have testified before the UN and before Congress, not just US physicians, but physicians from around the world, about what they have witnessed. They witnessed children in Gaza with pew wounds, headshots. That's not by accident. You don't do a headshot by accident. You don't do a groin shot by accident. Right? So I'm going to bring up a couple of people. So my friend Wasim that I'm about to bring up, Wasim was injured on 3 separate occasions during the last 2 years. He lost a kidney, part of a liver, and part of his stomach. I'm going to bring up also Abu Sami, who is a father and a grandfather. He has 6 grandchildren. I'm going to also bring up Allah Shakshak. So Allah Shakshak is a member of the Palestinian press. He has a severe heart condition and has been, alaikum salam, and has been trying to get out of Palestine to get the surgery that he needs. And even though they opened up the Rafah crossing, there are 20,000 people that need, because Israel destroyed almost all the hospitals. So they need to get out of Gaza to get treatment. And there's about 20,000 of them. Israel has only let 260 people leave to get the medical treatment that they need. Abu Malik, that I'm about to bring up top, Abu Malik has several children. He has one son. Because of the malnutrition, Israel hasn't been letting food in. And he has one son at 14, weighed about 40 pounds, had several severe fractures. You've got children, so you know that a 14-year-old shouldn't weigh 40 pounds, right? But it's when you get significant malnutrition, you can get a condition called wasting, where you get sick even if you try to eat, right? This is my friend Raja, who is also Palestinian press, and has some beautiful kiddos.
Hello, Dani.
Hello, Raja. So you'll see them turn on their cameras as well.
How are you, Dani?
I'm good. This is
How are you, my friend?
I'm good, friend. How are you? Hey, Wasim.
Fine.
Alaikum salam, Sami. Koyes. Very cold.
Hello, Wasim. Ala, Malik.
So
Don't forget me.
I didn't forget you, Sami. So Molly. So Molly, Raja and his family live in a tent, like many of them do. It's very cold because it's winter there. They've had severe rains and flooding in the tents and things like that. He's cold. Wasim is very cold.
والله very cold. بس لكن وسيم very happy. Dani وسيم direct the link direct.
I got it. I'll put it in my link tree. I got it. Where is Hussein? I don't see Hussein.
Sandy, Hussein up. Dani and Sandy group. Dani, how are you?
Hello, Dani.
Group. والله وسيم very speak English. والله very nice. No شوي.
Yes, Wasim's English is getting better.
Yes.
So,
But his compliment. Hello, Wasim.
yeah, hi Hussein. So Molly, Hussein down in the corner.
Wasim very happy, but
Perfect.
Sami very sad.
Perfect.
Very sad, Sami.
Sami is not very sad. So Molly, so the corner down below, Hussein, he has lymphoma. So he's got cancer and lymphoma in his throat. Yeah. So this is the way that we try to assist. Some of them also have direct links, like through different organizations, whether it's like Spot Fund or Chuffed, where you can actually send direct donations, but some of them don't have links. So TikTok is the only way that they get enough to even feed their families. So you hear that? That's a drone.
I am very overwhelmed right now.
So that's okay. Who is that with the drone? Wasim, is that the drone behind you?
No understand. إيش يعني؟
Abu Sami, hi Habibi. Hi Habibi.
حبيبي.
إيش بتحكي يا حسين؟ ما فهمتش عليها.
أقول لك يا حبيبي وسيم. تحكي لك يا حبيبي.
Yes, Abu Sami has a little one over there.
Dani قلبي.
Dani Gelbi. So into Gelbi means you have my heart.
And Sandy, Big Daddy, Kirla, Kirla, Eric, wow, very nice. Eric, friend.
Eric is amazing.
Very nice, very nice.
Yes.
Amazing.
The child.
Yes, Molly.
Dani,
Mwah.
my friend, Holly, my friend.
Holy guacamole. Her name is Molly. Molly. Molly.
How are you? Molly, how are you?
I'm good. How are you? I guess I feel.
He's cold. So I'm glad you got to see so many of them. Raja down at the bottom. Raja has he has 3 children. They live in a tent. That's why you see him all bundled up. It is about 8:30 at night where they are. And so it's very cold. So I have a nice social media following, and people, there's about 700 people in my Discord. And so when they were all displaced and coming back, hi Habibti, Sammy, beautiful baby girl. So like we raise money to help them get their tents. I'm good. How are you, Habibti? Keep Halek. She's beautiful.
I'm good, alhamdulillah.
Alhamdulillah. I'm good.
People from Gaza.
Yeah.
People from Gaza.
I am very happy,
Dani. Wallah.
Yeah. So it's
I'm
Ramadan.
very happy, Dani.
Good. I'm glad, Habibti. I'm glad.
Good.
Kwes.
Wallah, people from Gaza is very happy and very love you, Dani. Wallah. Like Wasim very miss you, Wasim. Look, Dani. Look, speak English. Look. Wasim very.
Wasim is so funny.
كمل يا وسيم كمل.
Wasim very miss you, Mama Mona. Wallah.
Yeah, I told her. I told her that you were talking about her yesterday.
بالتالي كده توصل لها سلام، انا مش عارف ايش احكي لها.
Dani, ask you to say hi to your mom. I miss your mom.
Yeah, I told her yesterday. So Molly, the other day I was on Wasim's live and I got my granddaughter's phone and I FaceTime my mom. And so I held my phone so that my mom could see them and they could see my mom. And I was explaining to her that we do the TikTok coins to help them be able to get food and whatever. And so she said, "Can I Cash App you some money for Wasim?" And I said, "Yeah." So she Cash Apped me $50 and I did the little flying jets gift. And Wasim was like, "Walla, walla." So walla is like, I swear, it's like an exclamation. And he was like, "Walla, walla, walla." Thank you, Dani Mama. Shukran. And so he always, now he thanks my mom when he sees me.
Thank you.
Yeah. So
Wasim, I get 6 day, Dani. Wasim 6 day.
banana.
Yom, every day.
Yes.
Yom, Wasim.
Right here. I know.
Wasim, come, Dani. Yom.
Yes.
No.
So what?
We don't have any friends except you. For that way, we must cancel you.
Raja, we know Walla, Raja is happy. They're so funny. I love them.
I think it's that empath in me. Like,
Yeah.
as soon as they all came on, I can't feel what they're feeling. I'm sorry.
Nope, you're fine. If they hear you cry though. So here's the thing about them is because sometimes I get like that when I think about everything that they are experiencing. So I just want to be quiet for a second because you can hear the drone. Just
No,
listen.
I think that's what's doing it for me.
Yeah. Hear it? Hold on, Wasim.
Right now, I'm going to school right now to be a nurse, and because I wanted to join Nurses Without Borders and to go help people in the country.
Do you know that Israel actually blocked Doctors Without Borders from coming to Palestine now?
I wouldn't be surprised. And
They
I
did.
don't know what it is, but as soon as all their faces popped on,
Yeah.
I feel like I can feel their emotions.
Because you can. Because you can. And it's crazy because they're so amazing.
Anils, Molly Anils.
Molly.
Yeah.
Molly is Anils, nurse.
She's going to school to be a nurse.
Yeah. I want to ask him how can I reduce the pain from lymphoma on my neck. If you can tell me about any medicine, anything to reduce the pain.
Yeah. Yeah.
And, yes.
Any sort
I
of.
have a big tumor, and I have a big tumor in my neck and the throat, and another left my neck.
That would require heavy pain medication, which I'm sure you guys don't have access to.
No, they don't. So they have to think about like natural, anything that helps out natural wise.
Something natural, like a drink, soft drink, anything you can reduce the pain.
Oh man, I wish I could tell you, but there aren't really any like herbal medicines that will help.
I'm thinking.
As you know, in Gaza we are on siege and we don't have any medicine, big medicine that can reduce the pain. For that, I can use a natural thing like a soft hot.
Turmeric can help with the inflammation.
Anything, yeah.
Turmeric can help with the inflammation a little bit. No, he has Diane, he has lymphoma. So he knows what he has. And it's a tumor, but he's just got a lot of pain. And so I'm not sure what might help kind of numb it a little bit. Turmeric. So Tammy is native and Tammy's saying turmeric, ginger. Yeah, those types of things might help.
Ginger the good for them.
Yes, ginger, turmeric.
Turmeric.
Garlic is one.
Garlic, yeah.
Mm-hmm. Cumin, clove.
From America, Molly. From America, Molly.
Yes, Molly's from America.
No, شوي English. والله وسيم. 2 week وسيم English.
Getting so much better. Yeah.
He will be professional.
So Molly, shway shway means a little bit. So he's saying shway shway, a little bit of English. I say shway shway Arabic.
Your English is really good. So
yeah, he's doing really great. He's doing really great. So he also has a toddler who's 2. You saw most of them on here have children or grandchildren. Raja has 3 little ones. Believe it or not, Raja's daughter, she's amazing. She graduated high school during the G-side, during the war, with a 94%, which is incredible. Yeah. So I think what we were saying, guys, yep, Nahad, I got you. So we were going to try to get to 3K, and then I was going to rotate everybody out.
Okay.
Yeah. So I don't know if everybody else has coins. I can, do you have the plant? I don't know. It's an herb called Devil's Claw, they're saying. I don't know. I don't know if they would have that over there or not. Raja, where's your little boy? Raja, where's Habibi? Where's your little boy? He's so handsome. He's so cute. Willow Bark. He's holding up his finger at me.
I want to sing, Sister Dani.
You want to sing?
Yes.
Okay. Sometimes the kids sing.
حلوة كتير ما شفنا أحلى منها بهواها عم تتغنى ونزرعها زيتونوت تفاح وفل وياسمين نزرعها زيتونوت تفاح وفل وياسمين فلسطين يا حب الكبير فلسطين يا حبي الكبير سرقوا أغلى أرض قتلوها الحمام بيت الحب انهد والضحكة صارت آلام يا وطننا وتشردنا ضعنا في كل الأوطان ضعنا في كل الأوطان وبيقولوا حقوق الإنسان.
I loved it. Yay! Beautiful. Beautiful.
Very good. MashaAllah.
Masha.
هلا
Hello,
هلا
hello, hello, Habibi. Raja, is that drone behind you? Raja, is the drone with you? Is that the drone that I hear with you?
No.
No, I don't know who I'm hearing the drone from.
No.
Okay. Beautiful job, Habibti. Sammy, we're going to rotate everybody out at 3K so we can get to more people, okay?
Thank you, Dani. This is really eye-opening. I'm going to go through all your links. I don't know what Discord is, but I'm going to look into that too, and I will help.
Yeah, it's a whole community that we have where we get together. If you go to my link tree in my profile, at the very top, there's like a little icon that looks like a remote controller, like a game controller. That's the link to join my Discord. And then you just follow the prompts and you'll come in and that's where we're all at.
Well, and sorry, it was overwhelming. I couldn't help it. And
No,
I
you're
want to
good.
help these people and I will, so.
No problem at all. We appreciate you. These are my friends. I'm glad you got a chance to meet them. And yeah, welcome.
Well, thank you. Have a great day. I'll step back and I'll watch.
Okay.
I'll keep watching.
Okay, sounds good. Okay. All right. So all right, folks, I'm going to I'm going to rotate some folks out. Okay.
Dani جنب وسيم جنب داني. Okay. وسيم جنب داني.
Okay, Wasim. Okay.
والله انت قلبي والله انت قلبي
والله انت قلبي. Oh, Raja.
راجع هد راجع وسيم نو داني قلبي نو لا داني
رجع داون وسيم.
I got you. They are so silly. Oh my gosh. Okay. Love you. Okay. Love you guys. Bye, Raja. Bye, Wasim. Wait. Wasim, we got to get to 3K real quick.
Sister Dani, please, if the internet drop me, please bring up me again, please.
Yeah, if the internet drops you, we'll bring you back.
Drop me, bring me again.
Yes, we will do that.
Hi, hello, Windex, hello.
Windex.
Mama Muna, Wasim, very miss you. Inshallah, 6th day,
Let me
inshallah coming. Okay, Dani.
Okay, hold on. I'm going to see if I can get her on the computer.
Okay.
Hold on. Let me see.
And the message, Dani, look the message direct. Okay?
Yes, I will. I'm going to catch up with my messages today.
Ida, bye-bye, Sandy, bye-bye.
Let me see.
Dani,
Leave Wasim right there for just a second. Hold on.
I love you, Dani. I
Let
love
me
you.
see.
Assalamu alaikum.
Oh, my Jesus, Pete.
يخفف عنكم ويجبركم. إلى اللقاء.
All right, let me see if I can do this. Why am I like going blank right now?
Assalamu alaikum.
Alaikum salam. Yes, somebody said my name. Hold on, guys. I'm coming.
Yeah.
Hold on. I'm coming, y'all.
كيف حالك ماي؟ سلام داني. الله يبارك فيك الحمد لله.
Salam. Why am I going blank right now?
الله يعطيك الصحة إن شاء الله ربي يوفقك.
Okay.
I want to request from you something. I want to follow me. I follow you, but you didn't follow me.
Oh, I
If you
didn't.
want
I thought
to.
I did. Okay, hold on.
You guys, thank you guys for support.
Sister, Allah bless you and all Dani family. يعني you are and your friend. والله, I feel that you are our family here in Gaza. Thank you for يعني you always stand with us for these coins, for this gift. These things يعني make us to be strong always, to be strong in for our family, our children. And thank you, wallahi, sister, and your friends, all of them in our heart, wallahi, all of them.
You're very welcome.
We appreciated it.
So I'm cracking up because Wasim got taken down, but he was on here again and he said, you know, I said Marna, he can call you Mona. It's okay. But every time he said, and Mona, you tell Mona Wasim very happy. Wasim very happy. So, oh wait, let me turn this down so you guys can see. Yeah, hold on. Yeah, Wadmi was on here and she was saying the same thing. Okay, so let me do this. Hold on, guys. I'm gonna do it. I'm gonna try. Let me see if it will let me. Yes. Okay. So hold on, because I've got you. You're on my computer, and I got a bunch of other crap up too. But it's okay. Okay. So wait. Can y'all see her even?
What is this?
It's blurred. It's blurred because of the lighting, Mom.
I can't see.
I can't either because I'm on the computer.
Yeah, the lights on the screen.
Yeah, I know. There.
Yeah, hello, Dani mother. How are you?
That's
Hello. I don't know, Tara.
that. Yeah. So you can't see them. I know. Okay. So can you see them now, Mom?
They look like yeah, and Andrew.
Yeah. So Wadmi is saying hello, Denny's mother. Yeah. So it's so cute. Every time Hussein and Wasim come up, they talk about you.
My
So
sister, may Allah protect her and give her a long life with you, wallahi. May Allah
thank
bless
you.
her.
She said, may Allah protect you and give you long life with me. Oh, no wonder it's blurred. What, Mom?
We wish good health, inshallah. We wish
Another group of money, and you distribute it however.
Okay. How much?
Do it now.
Okay. Can you? Because I won't be able to see. I can get it later, but can you tell me how much so I know what I'm doing? Okay, that's more than enough. Okay. All right, I got it. Thank you. All right. Okay, that's fine. Okay, bye. She said, tell everybody bye, and she's blowing kisses. They said, nice to meet you, Mama. Okay, all right, bye. Okay.
nice to meet you.
So I need
we wish her good health, inshallah.
Thank you. So I need to recharge my coins because she's cash apping me so that I can give you guys stuff from her. She's so funny. She was like, so I'm going to send you some more money right now. You just distribute it. Okay. That's what I'll do. You just tell me what you want me to do. Yeah, it's funny. So after yesterday, my brother messaged me and he asked the same thing. He was like, how can I find out more about them, more whatever? And I was like, well, I can send you links. And okay, she just sent it to me. All right. So I'm going to hold on, guys. I'm recharging. So just give me a second. I'm getting coins. So I can do this. Yep, I can use that. And this is me multitasking.
Dani, we don't know how we can thank you for standing by our side.
There's nothing to thank me for. And I have got links from several people that I need to. Oh, I knew they were going to do this.
Sister Dani, the mothers always were about us. Yani my mothers have 75 years. Yani may Allah bless her. He always check on me and call me all day. Although I'm a mother and I have children, but she always worried about me.
You guys, I'm still
mothers
here.
Always worried about us.
and يعني الحمد لله may Allah يعني protect her and your mother and يعني stay with us.
I'm still here. I'm still here. I'm still here. Hold on. Hold on. I'm still here. Not now. And come on, say yes. Yes, it's me. Okay. Okay, I'm back.
Oh yeah.
No, I could hear you. I could hear you. Yeah, so I could hear you all, but my bank made me verify it was me, so I needed to do that in order for me to get the coins from my mom for you guys. So give me a sec. I'm back. I could hear you. Oh, okay. Alhamdulillah, كيف حالك?
الحمد لله. مين من الشباب بيعرف يحكي انجليزي؟ انا بدي اترجم لها الجمله.
Oh, bless you. I don't know. Okay, so let me.
وصل قول لها الحساب هذا.
طيب وعد يا محمد
وعد. السلام عليكم.
Okay, so.
بس في الحساب ثاني يقول لها.
Okay, so.
انسحب منه. بدي ابقى اطلع عندها. ماشي.
Let's do.
He has another account. He would love to bring with this man.
Thank you, Dani, and I love you, Dani.
Love you, Allah Shak Shak.
That's the account he can.
So let me see.
Sorry, that's the account he can withdraw money from. Can you guys hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you. That's what he said. So that's Allah Shak Shak I hear the drone from, I think. Y'all hear how loud that damn drone is? That sound makes me angry.
Dani, thank you for the bottom of our heart for your support. We are grateful to you.
You are more than welcome, Wasef. You are more than welcome. I am okay. I'm working diligently to distribute. So all of this stuff that I'm doing right now is from my mom, you guys, just so you know. If I'm sending you stuff, it is from my mom right now. Just so everybody.
Dani, I have to go now. Thank you so much for what you're doing. I really appreciate it, wallah.
Yeah.
Your mom, may Allah give her long age with happiness with you all. Thank you, everyone. Thank you to all Danican communities, Danican's community. But thank you.
Yeah, you are more than welcome. Appreciate you, Mo. Love you, bud. Where's Amal? I haven't seen her today either. Holy jeez. Sorry, y'all. I'm just over here. I'm trying to do what my mom. Oh, you're asking how old my mom is. Okay, wait, I gotta do the math because she just had a birthday. So, and don't judge me because I didn't expect that question. My mom is wait, how old am I? My mom just turned 81. My mom just turned 81. That's how old my mom is. Okay, now I can see where people are. Yeah, so my mom is 81. That is how old she is. I'm trying to spread it around rather than doing like one big gift. I'm trying to spread it around today. You're welcome, Allah Shak Shak. Okay, I know he needs medicine. I'm going to fix the deal. No, I tried to add TikTok to over here and they won't let me stream through this to TikTok because I would love for you all to be able to see them as well. But I just got to work with what I got for now, folks. But I do appreciate you.
Salam, my sister Dani.
Salam, Mahmoud. How are you?
Alhamdulillah, good. How are you, my sister? Ramadan Kareem.
Alhamdulillah. Yes, I am good. I'm very happy. Dani is very happy today. Very happy.
Alhamdulillah. Alhamdulillah, my sister. Alhamdulillah.
Love seeing my friends and seeing everybody. And just, it's really good.
Wallah, sister, you are amazing and beautiful, mashallah.
Well, thank you. It is this community. It is the people here that that help make everything possible. You know what I mean? I'm very, very grateful for this community and the way that they come through and help folks out. Yeah.
Assalamu alaikum, sister.
Alaikum salam. Alaikum
Wallah, sister,
salam.
Sister Dani, yeah, we are lucky to have people like you in the program who feel for us.
Yeah, we do. This community absolutely loves you guys and wants you to be well and to you know, and to be free and to be all the things. 100%.
Inshallah.
Yeah.
We need the free, wallah. Inshallah.
Inshallah. Yes.
Thank you so much for everything, for anyone. And thank you all, wallah. Everyone, thank you so much for the support for my people country. Really.
Yeah,
We
you are
don't
very
forget
welcome.
this.
You are very welcome. Okay, Wasef, I'm going to drop you down and then I'll grab your link. Okay?
Okay, sister. Thanks.
Okay, you're welcome.
Okay,
Bye.
bye.
Bye. So guys, he's got a little baby too that's about 2 months old, I want to say. He's got a little one. And she's gorgeous. Gorgeous.
Assalamu alaikum.
Alaikum salam. Hi, Soha.
Hi, sister.
I'm good. How are you?
Alhamdulillah, I'm good. Thank you, sister.
You sound tired. Yeah, Soha sounds tired today. You do. Okay. I am just about, where am I going? Okay. I'm trying to help folks and get done. I'm almost I'm gonna be out soon, so I am doing what I can.
والله يا ابو عمر هذه مش على احكي لها خلاص انت ظلك متابع انا بطلعوك ابو عمر.
Can you say
يعني انا
this?
بس
Yes, Ramadan Kareem. Yeah.
يعني احنا بنقصر يا ابو عمر.
Okay, I am at
W, sister Dani. W, mashallah.
yeah, this community is
W,
amazing.
all gifters.
I don't know how everybody else is doing in terms of coins. I know that I'm going to be about out soon. I'm trying to distribute the rest of it while I have it. Oof, I didn't see this top box up there.
انجليزي والله يا حج لو بعرف انجليزي لحكي انا مش قادر احكي على حالي في لي حساب بدي اطلعه بدل هذا عند دانا بس انا بعرفش انجليزي اللي بيعرف انجليزي يا اخواني يحكي له على ابو عمر على امبلانس.
All right. Boom, boom, boom. I can do this one. And then I'm trying to find the boxes that don't.
W, Dan.
Yeah, W, this community, they're amazing. I really hope that the rest of you guys at some point get to come over here and see. I know that it's just like you're just listening, but you get to see all of the faces and all of the people, and it's really awesome and amazing. So I don't know what we've got left in the tank, but I think what 1.5K, is that doable for everybody, folks? Aline said, I got you. Appreciate you guys. Yeah, I think that would be amazing. Is just if we can finish off. You haven't heard my translator lately. Which one? So Wadami was up here earlier translating. Hussein was up here. Sammy was up here. She speaks pretty good English. Abu Siraj was up yesterday. What's up, Robin D in the place to be? It is incredible to me that they can be so happy and smile and laugh. And so, when we talked about that, one of the things that they would say is that joy and smiling is resistance. Joy and smiling is part of the resistance. And I love that 100%. I just think that they are amazing and incredible and resilient, and all the things. So very, very appreciative. Sandy, thank you for helping out. Thank you to all the gifters. www to all the gifters. Yeah.
Dani.
Yes.
امبالانس اب معانا في العمل امبالانس.
Bilal.
امبالانس. ارمينا وردي امبالانس. بس ينزل حدا امبالانس ان شاء الله. بس ينزل حدا امبالانس اب.
I don't. Want me? Help. Yes, Tiffany, they do. 100%. Ambulance? Oh, gotcha. Because I was like, hi, Habibi. Hi, Habibi. So beautiful. Hi, babe. Hi. So cute. Yeah, so he's actually a civil service worker. So he works with the ambulance. Hi, Habibi.
Ambulance up.
Ambulance up. I don't see an ambulance. There's my Bilal. Hi. Okay, Alaikum salam. I can't find an ambulance.
Salam, Dani.
Salam, Bilal.
How are you?
I'm good, alhamdulillah.
Sister, follow me, please. Follow me, follow. Here? Follow me, sister, follow me.
Okay.
عشان تحفظنا للمرة الثانية.
Oh my gosh.
Follow me, sister.
Raja was up here and I did, Shimmy. Okay, we did. See, somebody else saw it. Thank you, Shimmy. Oh, hi, Habibi. Oh my gosh, Bilal, he's so handsome.
This is my son, Muhammad.
So, Muhammad?
Yes.
He's so pretty. He's so handsome. Handsome. Alhamdulillah, alhamdulillah. Keep halak, Habibi. Oh my gosh. Yeah, so his name was Ambulance, Tiffany, because they both are civil service workers. Oh my gosh.
In our office today.
Oh, you're in the office today. I love that. You working with your dad today, huh?
I am learning him the work.
Yeah. Oh my gosh. Okay, so one of my folks, if you can make sure that Bilal gets to 3K, I will send you the 20 when I get off. If I recharge my coins again, my bank is gonna make me verify again. But if somebody can do the 2K for Bilal, I will send it to you when I get off. Yeah.
Please follow Dani ambulance. Okay, follow.
Yes. So Bilal, you got your medicine. Your wife got her medicine.
Yes, alhamdulillah. I'm getting it.
Good. Okay, good. I'm glad.
And she's taking it right now.
Good.
Inshallah, we'll be good.
Inshallah. MashaAllah. So glad. Appreciate it.
Thank you for you and everyone.
Yeah, everybody chipped in to make sure we took care of it. So yeah, love that. So I think the only thing, I think everybody's almost at 2K except ambulance. And then it's going to be time for the kiddos to get off the bus.
Star, I am lost two children.
Yeah.
Lost two children.
You lost two?
Yes.
Oh, I'm so sorry.
Omar and Amal, two children lost. Alhamdulillah. Alhamdulillah.
Alhamdulillah. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. I know. I'm sorry. I can't imagine. I can't imagine at all. Appreciate you guys for taking care of everybody on the panel. Beautiful baby. He's so handsome, Bilal.
Thank you. Katrina, thank you, Katrina.
You're welcome. You're welcome. You're welcome. Okay.
Thank you, Dani. Barakallah feeki.
You're welcome. See you later, Mohammed.
Dani.
You're welcome.
Thank you.
Wallah, we love you. Wallah, we love you, Sister Dani.
Walla, we love you all. We love you all. Into Galabi, Gaza, into Galabi.
انت قلبي داني انت قلبي والله انت قلبي ما شاء الله
ما شاء الله.
You heard Dani.
Thank you, Marilyn. Marilyn says she's praying for you. Hi, baby.
My heart.
Yes, my heart. Okay.
All inshallah. Allahumma Jannah inshallah. All.
I appreciate you all so much. Thank you to all of the folks that gifted today to take care of our friends between the river and the sea. We love them very, very much. And oh, yeah. Good to see your face, Bilal. Good to see your face, my friend.
All of you.
All love you. Yep. Love you guys.
I love you, Katrina.
Yeah, we love you guys. Okay, so the kids are gonna get off the bus from school. So I've got to go. I'm gonna let them finish. Let me know when you guys are done. What?
You need translate?
Yeah. If you can let them know that the kids are getting ready to get off the bus, so I got to go. But love them and all the good things.
اوكي. هي بدها تروح تجيب اولادها من المدرسه فهي بدها تسكر اللايف ما اعتقد.
تعمل متابعه بس تعمل متابعه ده في المكان.
Okay, ambulance need to make follow for him.
I did already.
Okay.
Yep, I did already.
Okay.
I did already. Okay. All right. I will see you guys later. Love you. Love you guys. I appreciate everybody. I will see you tomorrow, Saturday. So not tomorrow because we're supposed to have book club for subscribers, but Sunday. Okay. Love you guys very much.